Professional wrestling from head to toe. New stories, independent wrestling. Let's go. Breaking down the matches, analyzing the fights. Big cats got the scoop, shining the spotlight. From the big leagues to the underdog flight. Word sessions got you covered day and night. With the roar of the crowd, we dive deep inside, uncovering the secrets we can't hide. Body slams and suplexes, we abide. Word sessions where the wrestling truth resides.
Welcome to another episode of Purr Sessions Wrestling Podcast. I'm your host, the Maine of Maine, Big Cat Tyler Adams, and I am here currently right now with JP O'Reilly, the Hardcore Maniac. And you can catch us live every Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube and Twitch. But for those who like to listen to us audio-wise, we are on every audio platform, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Pandora, all that. However, you cannot get the full show. You can only get the full show here live 9 p.m. every Friday. How's it going, buddy?
And we have to wave hello to our audio listeners today. I will never live that down as like the greatest thing ever. Just casual. I was so overtired.
So funny. It was so funny.
Hearing like, okay, we're gonna say bye to our audio listeners, and I'm just sitting here leaning out of the chair, so tired. And I'm just like, bye, Spotify listeners, like as if like they can see me. It's great.
So we're waiting on Dylan Nix. He said he'll be on shortly. I don't know where Levi Spade is. He's probably
I heard Dylan Nix is a little sore.
Yeah, apparently taking a body slam.
Took a little body slam.
Yeah. But maybe somebody could explain more to that with our guest who was there training today, teaching the class. We have already the host of Ring Wars, Eric.
The hostess with the mostest.
How's it going?
Hey guys.
Hey, welcome to a part 3.
Part 3. I think this is the most parts we've had of one person being on Purr Sessions.
Well,
that's because you guys keep leaving questions out.
Well, no, there's not enough time.
It turns into story time. You're like, oh, I forgot to ask this. Oh, I forgot to ask that. I'm like, God dang it.
Right.
Well, and on top of that, it's like seems like everybody's very interested in your career, with IWE, starting with Tony Atlas, and like I said, we haven't even gotten to
there's a bunch.
all that stuff.
Yeah, all the recent stuff is, and like half of the old stuff we still haven't talked about yet either. But like all the recent stuff too, we barely touch on it, other than some Ring War stuff, because that's obviously what's happening right now. And then any current event stuff that pops up in questions. Usually, otherwise it's. So far, it's been kind of all over the place a little bit, but other than the more pertinent, newer stuff that everybody kind of probably wants to know about too. But
right,
and then you were just talking about today. Yeah. Today, I was filling in teaching at the Limitless dojo, which I don't really do much anymore, but I'll do it on occasion. Randy will give me a call and be like, "So and so can't do this. I know you're booked like all the time between wrestling and gigs because of my shoot job." But could you fill in? And I said, yeah, I can fill in today. And then sure enough, I don't know if the word got out or something, but there's like 13 to 15 people in that dojo tonight. Holy crap.
And I was supposed to be there, but my wife is on call today, so she didn't even get home until 20 minutes before the dojo closed.
Yeah, when you got there, like people were just starting to leave. It was packed. Yeah. There was definitely 13 people in there, but people kept showing up after too, and I lost track at that point. And just remember, we had to do a 6 in, 6 out rotation, and then one person was like a straggler. That's how I remember. Like, I'm like, holy crap! Like, who told people I was going to be here? Because all of a sudden, everybody's here, like, oh, Eric's teaching today. I'm going to come to class. I'm like, you guys should come to class regardless.
Right. Well, I was going to say, I don't think they've had that big of a class in like quite a while.
That's what Randy said. Yeah, he's like, I was like, did you tell people I was going to be here? He's like, no. I'm like, bitches. Anyway, Dylan Nix got hurt taking a body slam. I'm like, it's because you're old. That's what I said. It's because you're old, like me, getting brittle.
Well, his hip is fucked and he won't get it looked at. He goes,
That's stubborn
I'll
old
go to
man
the
syndrome.
chiropractor and they'll be fine. Like, no, get it actually looked at. It's been fucked for a while.
Did he go to a chiropractor?
He goes to chiropractor all the time for that, but he doesn't actually go to a doctor to get it actually looked at. He just get it all set back, all good.
Probably an offset hip. I used to have when I was younger, when I first started wrestling. What it is, an offset hip is when your hips tilted to one side or the other, depending, and you have to have it pop back into place. The problem is, and after time, like if you don't rest it, it'll just keep popping out. It happens with my ribs too. Your ribs can dislocate.
Yeah.
So us wrestlers that bump all the time, if it's not a good scenario, especially for me. My ribs, I used to pop out. I used to see a chiropractor like every 2 weeks because I wrestle so much. My ribs would pop out, and she'd pop in. She had to pop them back in. I'd be laying down. She'd be like, this little tiny English lady. Be like, oh, I found one right here. And I'm like, making little awkward noises. Like this little tiny English lady right here. I'm like, oh. I'm like, just like, this is not. It's just funny that this little tiny person's popping his rib, and I'm squealing like a little girl.
I didn't know what a bump card was until getting
Bro,
into business.
What?
You didn't know what a bump card was?
No.
When you get older, a lot of the old guys, including myself, will joke about your bump card, and it's a true thing. When the old guys tell you to slow down or take it easy, it's not because we're trying to be jerks about it. It's not because we're trying to demean you. It's not because we're trying to stop you from doing all your spots that you all want to seem to do these days. It's because eventually, when you get to be around my time, after 20 years of doing this crap, I'm 21 years in, and bumping sucks because it drains you. Like I tell you right now, every time I bump, I literally have to see after the weekend's over. That following week, I have to go see a chiropractor, pop my ribs back in. I usually dislocate anywhere from 4 to 7 ribs at a time.
Oof.
It's just because I bump, and when you bump, you get bumped flat. But I'm 400 pounds bumping, and so my ribs just happens.
I know matches I don't even take a bump, and it's like I got hit with a car. That's what it feels like. It's like, what the fuck?
Every hardcore match I do, I use and abuse my poor bump card because I'm like, yeah, I should probably not do this every time.
Yeah, well, when you're in a wheelchair when you're 30, yeah.
Hey, listen,
when you get old, that's when you're gonna know.
I think I'm on a good track. Okay.
When you get old, that's when you're gonna know. And also when you go to do normal everyday things and your body hurts, and by everyday things, I mean just getting up out of a chair.
Wait, that already does happen. Fuck.
Should have listened sooner.
Hey, Jason, how's it going?
I see a bunch of people popping on. I saw what all the people say. I can't read it all. It popped up quick.
Lee Miller says Eric rules. Big country. Jason Maverick says howdy, fellas. I told you you're like the most popular of the channel. Like everybody wants to know stories and all that stuff from the back.
Like you guys have been using and abusing me.
Damn right.
Like a little podcast whore.
Kick the horse until it's done.
That's my best Jason Rumble voice here. That little podcast whore.
Oh God, let's not go there. Jesus.
Had to do one. But yeah, so I taught class today. That was what's funny is like when you sent me the link to come on here, I had just walked through the door. So I timed it perfectly. I was like, oh
yeah, I literally joined the podcast. Like literally, is like I had been just got home done with all my shit.
Well, I had to drive here from the dojo. And dojo's only like 20 minutes from me, but like I left there and came right here, and it was that quick. Like I got back, I walked through the door. Ding! I'm like, oh hey, that must be the link. Sure was.
Yeah,
just worked out and properly. Like I got enough time to grab a soda and sit down. I got coffee cooking right now, but I'm like, I don't want to get up now that I'm sitting down. So
I got home today. I took a nap because I knew that I wouldn't have been able to survive tonight. So
yeah.
Today also with that class, there's such a diverse group in there. There was a bunch of like 3 like 1 monthers in that not even 1 monthers, like a couple classes in. And then you had your kids that are right there that are all putting the work in and are trying to get like to that point where they're ready for their first match and they're almost there. And then you had all the guys there that were like match ready and capable. It was weird. It was a huge mix. I'm like, okay, this is, for lack of a better term, a clusterfuck. So we're going to try to make the best out of this. So let's do this. And I just did rotating in and out, and everybody was cool with it. And everybody understood. No one was heartbroken about it. And because we did so much diverse stuff today. Even the younger people younger people in wrestling that just started out, they got to see so much and absorb it like a sponge. And that's what they need to see sometimes. They're like, this is what you're getting into.
Right. Exactly.
Watch carefully. Yeah, this is what you signed up for and signed a waiver for and paid your money ways to do. So pay attention. Yeah. I didn't get to have the talk with them.
Right.
Do you guys know what the talk is?
Yes.
When I first started y'all out, and I had to sit down, give you that talk. They didn't have time. There's over 13 people in that classroom. I couldn't. I was like, nope, we're getting to work now. So let's get these two. We got 2 out. We got in 2 hours of stuff too. Give them credit. They put it into work today. So
yeah,
well, I hope you're able to do more in the future. I know don't do it frequently anymore, but at the same time, I'm after next week, I'm probably going to be at the dojo consistently now. So
I think we're aiming for next Friday.
So
I think Randy was asking me afterwards if I could do next Friday, and I said I can do next Friday, but after that, my busy season starts for my DJing and wrestling too, because we're getting into warmer weather at that point once March hits. So, so like next week I'm available Friday, not available Saturday, but I'm available Friday, and I told him I could do Friday if that works out for him. He's going to confirm everything with the rest of the teachers, so I might be there Friday. And then after that, obviously we have Ring Wars the following week, and then I got a gig and a show the following week after that, and then it just gets busier after that. Like
March is busy for all of us.
Yeah, we gotta do.
March is the most dates with a lot of wrestling shows in Maine.
We got to do a lot of pre-show, pre-records for the whole month because everybody has a show on Friday and Saturday. So, you have to work it out.
You're welcome.
I might not now.
Oh, yeah, you might not now. We're just talking about you fucked up your hip.
Seriously, I took a body slam. That's it. And kids, make sure you take your shit correctly.
You're old.
Shut the fuck up, JP. I will kick you in the dink.
We just talked about you are getting old, buddy. I'm old too. I am,
and I will fully admit that. But I was really the one thing I've always been I don't have all the wear and tear on me that like you or Ben would, Eric, because I haven't been doing it for 20 years. I was I've only been doing it for 6.
But because you're older, your body's going to absorb that abuse differently. So you're catching up. Like your body is all the abuse you've had taken from when you started training to now. It's 4 times worse because your body doesn't receive it better.
Yeah,
I should say it's my body became more calloused to wrestling, I guess would be the best term, because I started younger. When I started when I was 18, but my body could bounce back at that point because your body doesn't stop growing until the age of 24, between 24 and 26, depending on the person. So now that we're all older, that's why I'm trying to stop soon. I'm trying to slow down as much dates, but everybody keeps oh, we need you. We need them. All right, fine. So, but that's what I'm saying. Now that you're older, your body's just not absorbing it anymore.
Oh no, I get it. It just sucks. It's
sorry, man. I'm in your shoes. I get you.
No, and like I was telling these guys, I think what I did it is this dumbest thing was my entrance where I jump off the top and kind of bounce down to the ring. I've done it a million times, and I think I just jammed my hip right the one time, and
I was explaining to them what I think happened to your hip because I got it in my early years of wrestling. I think you have an offset hip.
I'm gonna go see the chiropractor on Wednesday when I get paid. See if you can.
They'll tell you if your hip, an offset hip, it means when one side of your hip is higher than the other.
Yeah, you're
cognizant. So they gotta pop it back into place. The problem is because you are wrestling so much too, it's just gonna pop it back out.
Yeah. I'm hoping if I can get it set and go and at least live a little bit.
Oh yeah, you'll feel more comfortable once they pop it back. Yeah. But problem is, if you don't take care of it properly, take some time to rest up, it's going to keep popping out.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you because I used to have one when I first started wrestling.
Oh no!
I did amateur wrestling. That's when you're really getting slammed.
Yeah.
Without a choice.
Yeah. Poor no, like I said,
like a pretzel.
Poor Marquise is he was oh, I was dude, you're fine.
He's old. I literally told him he's old. He'll be fine.
Yeah. I just landed weird. It really was.
And he just started coming back. So he's just great. I hurt somebody. I'm you're fine.
You're fine, dude. We actually, Kat and I, or not Kat. Samuel Matthews and I were talking about it Limitless. I'm like, dude, come back. Like, he's like, well, I don't want to bother anyone for rides. I'm like, just ask in the chat. Someone's always coming through Bangor. Someone will grab you.
He's not that.
Yeah.
He's not that out of the way. He's right. It's not like he's like in Carmel or something.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like He's right on the main drag, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not driving 30.
But I
plus minutes
respect-
to drop him
Yeah.
off.
I respect that he's shy enough to go like, I don't want to put anybody out. Like,
Yeah,
that's
no.
cool. I get it. Like he doesn't want to bother anybody. But Donkey got him. It's all good.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So we covered all the as much as the IWE things that we can think of. So what was the transition from IWE to more Let's and Limitless?
Well, the Let's stuff kind of happened. I'm sure you guys talked about this in previous podcasts. I think you might have talked about it with Zach when he was on here. Well, the Limitless thing happened. Not Limitless. The Let's Wrestle thing in Orono happened because of a lot of disgruntled people at IWE after I sold. So what had happened was when I was steering the proverbial ship, Limitless used to run in Orono. Like literally, Randy's first show was at my venue, was at Cityside.
Yep.
Because he lost his venue, which was I think the Sea Dog at the time.
Yeah, brewing, yeah.
He lost the venue, and was not Carl, but Carl's wife, who owned Cityside with Carl, had asked me. I'm literally eating dinner there one time with my kids at Cityside, and she asked me, "Hey," because she knew Randy from my shows. He used to ring announce for me. And she told me the situation, like, Randy was asking about renting the room, but it's your chairs back there, and I don't want to upset you because you run here monthly. And I said, okay, well, I hit up Randy, found out the situation that he lost his venue, and I said, okay. So I talked to her, and I said, he's got my blessing. Go ahead, because I knew a lot of the time, like his first show. If you look back on his first show that Randy did, all those guys, I think other than like 2 people had worked for me in the past. So I didn't want to be the guy to burn a bridge with dudes that worked for me or currently worked for me.
Right.
So I think 1 or 2 dudes were the only people that didn't work for me. And I said, cool. It wasn't going to hurt me none. So I'm like, oh, these are all people that these fans know anyway. So if anything, I thought, well, it's just all going to kind of blend in at the time. That's what I thought. But because of the quality and style of Limitless Wrestling, it's diverse. It's definitely different. It's more modern. It's the more competitive wrestling that everybody that a certain niche likes, and that's fine. IWE was it was still wrestling based, but it was more old schooly entertainment, in my opinion, rather than the competitive, combative, modern wrestling that it is. So anyway, what ended up happening was after that first Limitless show, I think I had talked with the owners of Cityside because Randy wanted to run there monthly, and I was not okay with that because I was like, I'm already running here monthly. You can't have 2 monthly shows in the same venue. It's gonna get confusing, especially where they were selling tickets.
Right.
Like you're gonna screw them. Someone's gonna screw something up. So, and she agreed. So Randy started running in Orono, and we ran alongside each other all the time. To the point where, like I think I said on one of the last podcasts, we literally went head to head one time.
There was a couple times I feel like it was more than
I remember one of those shows, like, because I went to IWE instead of going to Let's, and I was like, just because, like,
This is so- I'm talking Limitless days.
people at Let's or at the IWE than I knew at Let's, so that's why I went.
Yeah, this is back during the Limitless days when I'm still running it. I think one of the last shows I ran, I think it was like in the November when everything was still changing over to John. Was one of the last. I did November, December, and then January was my last one. But anyway, that November we went head to head. It was Limitless versus IWE. First ever incident of it happening. John was super nervous about it, but I wasn't because it was 2 diverse type of shows. Randy was the competitive style, more modern, and we were the entertainment. I think we had Shockwave the Robot and a women's match and a bunch of the regular guys that were on the roster. And Randy had an all-star studded indie darling style show. Not to be insulted, just I don't know a better word for it. He had a lot of top indie guys on the show.
Yeah.
From New England. Like, cool. And we went head to head and we literally split the crowd in half. I think there was like a 12-person difference.
Wow.
We both drew. He drew like around like 1 150, and I think we drew like 138. And that could have been, who knows how many of that was comps on both sides. So I just said we literally split the crowd in half. I was like, we literally split like if we had both had not run on the same time, the fact that we could have literally have drawn 300 people in one of the venues kind of hurt my soul a little bit, because I'm thinking to myself, we literally split this crowd in half.
Yeah.
But anyway, to fast forward to answer your question, so when I sold it, Randy eventually actually stopped running in Orono and we started running it out in Westbrook. And that was the end of the Orono venue until one day a chat opens up. And at this point, I am still not, I'm no longer working for IWE. They've cut me out. I've been not wrestling as much. I've been on the sidelines since I got cut out. And a group chat gets opened and I get brought into it and I find out what happens. There's a incident between John the Bomb and MSP.
Yep.
More specifically, Amber.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing this, a part of this
Bomb
story.
got drunk and threatened to fight Amber or something. And
Yeah, something like that.
All of that.
and half of the roster was not okay with it because it went public to the locker room.
Right.
And the locker room was not happy about it.
A lot of people though did agree, like they really did take Amber and Johnsy's side.
Yeah, and it was right after the Shane Douglas weekend that they brought in Shane Douglas.
Yep.
Which is an ironic story because the Shane Douglas weekend was the weekend I was going back to work for them.
Huh.
Yep.
They hit me up right around that same weekend to start bringing me back in. What it was, they wanted me to drive Shane Douglas all weekend because they didn't trust anybody else. And they know I get along with a lot of the old guys because I'm an old guy. So they had me pick him up from the airport and all that stuff. And did I tell you the Shane Douglas story, finding about how he actually wrestled in Bertha before?
No.
No.
You never? Oh my God. So we're going to get to answering your question. I'm sorry. This is why we never get to answer everything. He's like, it's okay. He's like, I can tell by Cat's face. He's like, it's okay. Just tell me the Shane Douglas story. I want to hear the Shane Douglas story right now.
I don't care.
He gets right into it. He's like, I don't care about you answering my question. Just give me the Shane Douglas story. I must know. So we'll get there. So this is the weekend they decided to bring me back. So when they're bringing the Shane Douglas, because I'm like a big surprise. They wanted to do this big thing, and I'm like, okay, cool. And so they asked me to drive Shane Douglas, and I pick him up, and we're chatting. And we're talking about how I used to own the company. Someone was riding with me. I can't believe it. I don't know if it was Drifter or somebody was in the back seat and was asking him a bunch of dumber questions. And I was like, stop it. Let me pick
Probably
his brain.
Drifter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we had brought up the ring and how I used to own the company and how old the ring was and how we called it Bertha. And then she was a converted ring. And I found out like through tracking it through indie wrestling and WWE old wrestling that it used to be a ring that was owned by the Philadelphia Spectrum. It used to be in the Spectrum. It was a converting boxing ring. Very old. It has a unique fin on the posts. It's very rounded. And the top of the posts had like that little nub on it. Kind of like a nub you would find on a nut. Like a nut and bolts combo. That little on the top. That's how it would look. So, and I explained it to him. He goes, He said, you said it was in the Philly Spectrum? I'm like, yeah. I tracked it down through different owners, did all the research I could find on it. And I'm like, this ring's really old. He's like, how is it still operating? I'm like, well, I got this guy who's a welder. He used to be a welder in the Navy. He used to weld on battleships. So he doesn't really, for lack of a better term, he doesn't fuck around. And he's like, I bet he doesn't. And he goes, I'm like, no, he don't. So this thing does not move. It's stiff. But it's because it's the only way we can get it to work. And anyway, so I explained it to him. He didn't believe me. Well, we get to the venue, and I explained to him, we're in Fairfield first on the Friday. I walk him in, show him where everything is, and then I take him out to the ring. He walks out through the curtain, where the curtain area is, where it normally is in Fairfield, right by that doorway by the bathrooms. Walks through the curtain. He sees the ring, drops his bags. He just stands there and stares at it. He's like, you got to be shitting me. I'm like, what's up? He's like, you weren't. You weren't. In his own words, you weren't fucking lying. He walks over to it, and the first thing he does is grab that fin of that post. He's like, holy shit. It's like, he looks at me and goes, you know how old this ring is? I'm like, yep. And so he's pushing on the padding. He's like, damn, this thing doesn't move. I'm like, take a bump in it. He's like, I don't fucking dare to.
He's like, no, I'm
He's
good.
like, I'm old. He's like, I'm gonna break my back. I ain't getting in this fucking thing.
Was this with the puzzle piece foam too?
Yeah.
Oh God.
So he gets up in it and he's bouncing around in it. And he's like, it's pretty solid. I'm like, yeah, my guy doesn't fuck around when he welded it. It's in good shape. But anyway, he's bouncing around. And he's like, I'm not bumping much. And I told that to Zach too. I'm like, he's probably not going to bump much. Why? I'm like, he knows that ring. And I explained to Zach the story. He's like, you're shitting me. I'm like, yeah, dude, he verified it. He's like, he said he's wrestled in that ring in his younger years. In his younger years,
yeah,
he wrestled in that ring.
Floated over that part of the story last week.
He probably doesn't remember it because he's probably awestruck at the fact he was working Shane Douglas.
Probably.
Yeah,
He was more
I would be
focused
too.
on the match.
And I had to drive Shane Douglas back. And he was just like, he's like, I can't believe I wrestled in that ring. I was like, I wrestled in that ring when I first started wrestling, and now I'm wrestling it when I'm almost done with wrestling. That's wild. And I'm like, I'm sorry? Like, I didn't know what to say. I'm like, I'm sorry. He laughed at me. He laughed at me, but he's like, I'm like, I'm sorry. And he's just like, no, he's like, just crazy how the world works. Everything comes full circle, I guess. That's what he said. So the fact that he could verify what that ring was from, and the look on his face, like he had a flashback while just looking at that ring, and like I could tell by the way he grabbed the fin, because that's just such a distinct fin on it. A lot of the fins now are like open, so you can carry the ring post. This one's not open; it's like a full like on fin, like you would see on a fish. So
I think he had PTSD.
he probably did. I think he did bump. I remember him saying he did bump it, and he said that thing. It's firm. It's a solid bump, but it sucks.
Like Nom starts playing, like freaking Fortunate Son starts playing. He's like, wow.
I will say this because he brought up the puzzle. I just saw that Lee brought up the puzzle piece mats.
Yeah.
The puzzle piece mats were probably the best padding they ever had because the padding never slid.
True.
It never overlapped. It was always flat, and it was firm. It was judo mat.
It was
so like you could drop a weight, like a 20-pound weight on it, and then the weight would bounce back up. So your body is obviously going to bounce back up because it's made for like MMA and judo.
It still didn't make up for the unspringable spring in the middle.
That's because when the string, that's not my fault. The spring, when the IWE boys, Sonny and Bomb bought it, when the ring broke, they had the spring replaced later. Remember we did the midget ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the kids' midget ring. Well, when they brought that one back, I think it was Paul Mann who put a different spring in it. Or he fixed the spring, one of the two. I don't know what happened. Because it used to be an old, like, spring off a Mack truck. So that thing was bouncy.
Those are big fucking springs.
Yeah. So, and then this one was not the same spring. Or either it was that or it was repaired. I don't know. But it was off. It was not the same spring. Like, it wasn't the same springiness. I could tell because when I got in it, I was like, I don't think so. Wow, you got a lot of people. You ain't kidding. I'm one of your most popular friggin' guys out here, aren't you?
Yeah.
I told you.
That's why Big Cat's all excited. He's like, we need to have Eric out here all the time now.
Here's a good question, actually, from Tyler.
What?
We'll get to his question. I want him to finish the story.
All right.
Okay, so the Let's Wrestle IWE issue. So the supposedly after the Shane Douglas weekend, mind you, Amber wrestled Shane Douglas, and it was a good match. Shane Douglas came in and was doing good business. That's why, and they were planning on bringing him back because he did good business, and he had good crowd draws. I think Bomb got drunk and got into it with Amber. I don't know. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember Bomb had threatened Amber and said, you know, because Amber was so small that, and Bomb used to be a shoot wrestler, that he's going to beat the shit out of him. And a lot of the locker room didn't like that. So a group chat got created, as I said, and I got put in it. because I'm the old guy that used to run at Cityside Monthly, and they were trying to see if I could do something to get them out, IWE out, and another company in there. And Randy, of course, had another ring, so he had the same, like pretty much same size ring as Bertha that could easily fit in that venue because you had to have a specific size ring. So they were trying to literally get IWE kicked out of Cityside and start their own deal. And I said, I'm not going to do that. Like, why? I'm like, listen, I don't know the full story. I will tell you, if you start a promotion, I will help you. But I'm not going to, because there's people involved that are innocent here. And this is where I became kind of like the man in the middle.
Yeah.
I said, guys, something bad has happened, and I understand that. And I don't think it was right either. But however, there are people involved that do not know or do not want to be involved, and that's respectful. You can't make people choose a side. Everybody is entitled to their own rights and opinions. So you're going to punish people that were not involved and take away their place to work so that you could get them out and take over. And once I put it in that perspective, everybody kind of understood.
Yeah.
But a line was definitely drawn. So at this point, Randy, who used to be in contact with the old Orno venue, gets involved, gets Let's Wrestle on and I did say, like I said, I'll help. And as many people know, I put asses in seats, and that's not me blowing my horn. I literally can sell tickets with one Facebook post and word of mouth. I did there's a benefit show for the Special Olympics for Randy that he did in Brewer.
Yeah.
And by just word of mouth, I sold just about 80 tickets. Just word of mouth and on what Facebook post by myself. In hand, I had the tickets and sold them.
And you've helped a lot of promotions too, like even with me, like at the good point that I just saw too, like even with MMPW, like every time a new promotion's ever come up, you have always helped in every aspect, or have always offered to help in some sort of way that is unique, that's different from
there's a reason why.
Else.
There's a reason why I do that. And that's because I know if I do it and I help, that there'll be some butts in the seats that'll actually watch the show. Because a lot of people are very weary about other promotions starting.
Yeah.
And a lot of them don't turn out well because it's not done right, or they're not sure if it's legit, or they're going to get burned, or if the show's going to be shit. You know, they don't know.
I think I've worked for at least 4 in Maine that have like one or two that have had 1 or 2 shows. So, yeah.
Right.
And the funniest part is,
hey, wait a minute.
Some of them don't even ask me until later. How can you help? I'm like, no, why didn't you ask me in the beginning?
You're
like,
on my salon.
Yeah, no one. The funny part is when people try to do stuff and then don't even. I'll give free information.
Right.
Like, it's not going to hurt me to tell you what you should do or you need to do.
Yeah.
You're just not going to like what I tell you because it's not easy. But I'll go into that more. Let me finish the story here that Kat has asked, and we never. I keep getting off track by more stories. I blame all of you. That's like I asked this one question, and we've had 18 stories in between. Answer the
I'm okay with it. I like okay. Here's
so the Let's Wrestle thing happens in Orno because half the locker room is disgruntled, and I totally understood it, and I agreed to help. And I knew the post-ring route because I did it for years. I knew what needed to be done. And pretty much the base roster was all set because half of the disgruntled people came over to Let's Wrestle, and they brought all their friends that wanted to come up or couldn't come up because they didn't want to work for IWE. And so the next thing you know they had a full roster. And over IWE here, IWE has their own roster, but this is when their roster dropped, which I think Joey P had alluded to in previous podcasts. There was one time they had a plentiful roster.
Yeah.
And then it dropped. And this is around the time it dropped because some people left and only went to Let's Wrestle. Some people stayed in IWE.
Still there.
Only a couple people did both. And I was one of those guys that did both because I just got asked to come back. And Randy was cool with it. Everybody was cool with it because they knew I was helping with Let's Wrestle. So I wasn't hindering them. And over here, IWE was cool with it because they just asked me to come back and they needed people and they knew I put asses in seats. So they weren't going to throw me away because I was helping them over here. So both sides were cool with me doing both. So I was doing both. But there was the entire time that Let's Wrestle was in Orono and IWE was in Brewer. It was a lot of tension and a lot of friendships that were like almost ruined over it because people were like, how dare you work for them? Or how dare you? I'm like, and I would just tell you, dude, guys, who cares?
Who cares?
Are you working a show? Yeah. Are you working a show in front of a crowd? Yeah. Okay, then who cares?
So
like,
really?
I understand your personal, I understood MSP's involved, like their personal stance.
That's how it
And I
started.
totally understood that. And I said, yep, I would be pissed if I were you too. But, and everybody else that wasn't involved in that situation, like the only people I said this out loud to them. I said, I understand MSPs being pissed off because they're a group of close knit friends and they knew what happened. And I understood that. Even Randy, if Randy was pissed off, but Randy wasn't. He was just upset at how the situation has become and was siding with his friends. And I understood that too. But all the people that were not involved, they were like saying shit. I'm like, you weren't involved and you really don't even know. So just don't get involved. But people were just side picking. And I'm not that person. I'm the one that's blunt. I'm one that goes, hey, if you don't know or weren't involved, stay the fuck out of it.
Right.
That's the problem. Not enough people need to learn their own, like state and mind their own business. I understand when people stand up for their friends. That I get.
Right.
So I get when some people were like that. But I didn't understand when people that were never involved, had no knowledge of the situation, were getting pissy and like throwing hate on IWE. And also, they're throwing hate on IWE when it should have just been directly on Bomb. So Sonny had to bear the brunt of that shit too.
Yeah, and he wasn't even the problem.
Yeah, and Sonny was trying to actually, if you remember, JP, he was trying to de-escalate the situation.
That was
JP was trying to be the.
Never tried to de-escalate a situation when it came to a Bomb anger situation. Like Let's Wrestle was literally built off of a hatred towards how people were being treated, and then you look at how Let's Wrestle is now, and it evolved from that. So like if it wasn't because
of Bomb, there would have been no Let's Wrestle coming back.
actions of one person, it wouldn't be where it is to this day.
Because Let's Wrestle was shows that were originally run at Thatchers in South Portland. I had an outdoor venue called Thatchers.
Oh God, I was there for like one or two of those.
They had an outdoor venue. It was a restaurant and bar, and they had this outdoor patio. But on the outdoor patio, they had this giant open space, and they're like, "Could you do wrestling out here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll try it." Joe McBrady, who used to be Joey McNasty, got me the gig.
Those are fun. I love those because
You're like, well,
down
for
there,
a ring.
we got down there, and you would think this is like a shitty situation, but it actually was really fucking cool.
it was fun.
Because we would set up next to the patio, and we would dress out back in like their storage area, and you can walk out. When you walk out on the patio, there'd be like a sea of people outside, and they would all be like Gino style people, like standing around drinking, hooting and hollering while you're wrestling in the fucking ring, and that's super fucking cool.
It was like a very tame Gino show.
Exactly. So it was cool, and we did that until it got too cold, and then they're like, "Well, you should try bringing it inside." When they told me they should bring it inside, I thought because they actually had a giant inside room of the restaurant,
big wide open room that you would have thought would have been perfect.
No, they wanted to put us in this back storage room.
Literally, the room was the same length as the fucking ring, minus like a foot or 2 feet of space.
So it was long, and I'm like, maybe we can make this work. And I'm the one that tries it. The floor was slanted in this room. We put the ring up, and the ring was on a slant, so you could only run the ropes one way, because if you ran it the other way, the ring would tip a little bit.
You couldn't run all sides.
Oh.
That reminds me of the 3W show at the AM Vets Hall where he set up the ring. We couldn't run the ropes one way because we'd go into the wall.
Exactly. Well, with this one, if you ran them the other way, the ring would tip a little bit. It wouldn't fall over because the ring's too heavy, but
yeah. I was like,
you could definitely feel the ring start to shift. But the thing was with this, yeah, here you go. You can't tell from here though that it's tilted. But this is like the back room. This is like here's what that's the best analogy I could give. It felt like an underground fight club thing. That's how grungy it felt, and it actually drew.
How many people do you think we put in there?
One time we put 128 people in that room,
which didn't seem like
because we were 5 to 6 rows deep on the far side, and then another 5 to 6 rows deep on this side, and then standing room in the back. And we literally had a shit ton of people in there, and it felt, and people were responsive. They were drunk and getting rowdy. It was a good time. And what killed that was actually the same person who got me the venue, Joe McBrady. I was running the gigs. I was doing the shows there, and he tried to scoop a date that I had booked with the owner, not knowing I had the owner's phone number. Like, I'm not stupid. I have literally keep a notebook with all contacts and shit in it. And I had the owner's phone number. And I had confirmed the dates. My dates are, I always confirmed them like in advance. I used to book out a year. So I have all my dates saved up. And I went to confirm for a date. And she said I canceled it. I said, no, I never told you it was canceled. And she goes, well, Joe did. He said he was going to run a show that day. I'm like, I never said I canceled it. So we ended up getting in a big argument with Joe. By me, be like me and the owner, because what Joe was trying to do was run his own show on the same date I had booked. Wow. So I called Joe. He gets an argument with me on the phone, doesn't realize I'm recording the conversation. And then I gave it to the owner of the venue. Mind you, Joe is like the head cook of the place at the time.
Yeah, he ran that shit.
And I gave it to the owner, and the owner's like, that's not okay. And literally said, you literally tried to take his date. And she's like, that's not okay. So she gave me the date back and told him he couldn't have it, and that he had to book his own dates if he wanted to run his own wrestling shows. So I got to keep he tried to literally cut me out and cancel all my dates. Told her I was canceling all of them. She didn't understand why, because we were doing so well. And he was going to take all my dates.
Wow.
And well, she gave me all the dates back and said he had to book his own. And so we got to finish our dates, but then this is what she said. After we got to finish our dates at the end of the year, she wouldn't let me book any more dates. And I said, why not? And she's like, well, I'm having an conflict with Joe. Joe runs my kitchen.
Right.
And if you keep running shows here, he's going to not run shows here, and he might even leave. I said, okay. So you're taking his side, even though he was in the wrong, because I played that audio clip thing for her because I recorded it and played it for her. She's like, yeah, she needed him to run the kitchen, and I understood.
Right.
Yeah,
I was like, okay.
Your kitchen manager, that does suck.
Yeah, so I understood. So cool. And I was like, I thanked her for letting me finish the dates, but I told her I'll let her know I'm going to find somewhere else.
Right.
And then here's the irony story. So I did find somewhere else. Skips in Buxton. So we were finishing out our dates, and I was literally going to use piggyback the South Portland show at Thatchers and piggyback that to go to Skips in Buxton. And I had sold tickets at my South Portland show at Thatchers in that fucking dingy little room. I sold tickets and was going to go to Skips like the following month. So we had a bunch of tickets sold, everything. And so we leave. Well, when we leave, the crowd left. So the shows that Joe was helping run were not drawing. And we're going to Skips.
I think they drew a crowd for one show.
Well, there's a reason what show that drew. And I'll tell you why.
I know what show it is.
So we were going to go to Skips. Well, we were supposed to go to Skips. Someone called code enforcement on Skips. Wonder who that was. Couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. I think it might have been disgruntled kitchen manager.
So literally the week of the show, and we had over 100 tickets sold.
Right.
Because I don't know this homeboy from
So-
Joe. I'll just call him out. I don't care.
And I had sold some at the show, so I end up sending money to Skips, and Skips, I said, everybody wants refunds can go to Skips, and anybody that needed refunds can go to Skips.
Yeah.
And get them. And Skips was still open because they had a kitchen, but they couldn't serve alcohol because their license got pulled because of all the bullshit with code enforcement.
That's so stupid.
And that went.
So over someone calling because of wrestling, independent wrestling, people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
Because after this, the people that owned Skips at that time, they closed up shop.
I didn't know that.
Later, they reopened. They closed up for a minute. It was BYOB. Oh, we're getting there, Kevin. Don't you worry. So
There are some
on
good
the other
questions,
side of
too.
the fence,
Over
Joe, the shows weren't drawing over there,
Right.
and had the bare bones roster. And I'll give it to two people. One was Murdoch. Murdoch got involved.
Yep.
Him and his buddies all got involved. This is when Murdoch first got involved in wrestling.
Yeah.
Other than his stuff with Super Lucha Explosiva. But this is like he was getting involved and he tried to help it. And their attendance went up a little bit, and they were starting to get some okay talent, but not they literally were using like Coco the Mime and Sheik Ali, which was Joel Bouchard, and a few people that weren't really wrestling anymore. Roadblock and people that were
Hold on. Rewind that sentence. Sheik Ali, who is Joel Bouchard. That is a very, very French name. And this
He used
homeboy
to
was
be-
named Sheik.
he used to be Frankie Parker, and then he became Sheik Ali.
Oh my god.
Yeah, don't ask me. I didn't come up with the gimmick, brother. Anyway,
No, I know you well enough to know that you had nothing to do with that.
he went from Frankie Parker to Frankie Ali to Sheik Ali.
Jesus Christ.
I said, I used to joke and call him Prince Ali because, Aladdin, Prince Ali. Anyway, so they were using the bare bones roster and they weren't drawing anything. And they were piggybacking our shows and were doing okay because they were getting like extra people that were just coming because there was wrestling there. But eventually people could tell there was a difference in the product. When I'm using guys like at the time, I was using like Tommy Mack and Graves and I had Joseph Von Schmidt coming in. I do angles with people from down there. I remember Dan Rain LaMontagne, who didn't wrestle anymore, came back into wrestling just so that he could, work at those shows. And he would bring people in. I bring Marsh in. See, there's a ton of people there. You see people, there's people everywhere.
This was under McBrady and Murdoch.
Yes. Yes. Murdoch took over. Things started going a better way. Well, eventually Joe dropped. He dropped out of it, and it was just Murdoch holding the bag with his buddies. Because his friends who lived down there locally were helping him. But it literally was just Murdoch at this point funding it.
Yeah.
Well, he reaches out to Randy. He reaches out to Randy, who was running Limitless in Orono at the time. Because that's when all this shit, that looked painful.
Yeah.
So he's running Limitless in Orono at the time. He reaches out to Randy for help. And Randy sent him help. He sent him guys, gave him contacts, everything. So Randy went down there and helped him, and they were drawing until I get a call from Skips. They're reopening, new owners, new people, new this, new that. They got everything fixed. Everything's up to code. They want wrestling back because they heard, they saw the tickets that we had sold because they had to refund them all.
Right.
And they were hoping that we can come back down. And so I'm like, yeah, well, you got in trouble with code enforcement, so I don't want to get you in trouble. What other parameters do I need to know to do this? Like, well, we don't know. You'd have to talk to code enforcement because we don't know anything about wrestling. So I did. I called them. And they asked me 20 questions. Have you run wrestling down there before? I'm like, no, I've never run a wrestling show there ever. But I'm aiming to do so, and people have done it in the past because, they've been wrestling at Skips for years. Larry and Sonny ran NWH there at my beginning of my career in 2004 for every once a week. Like,
Was
so,
it
like,
right?
Huh?
Was it NWA that ran there too, or
On Fire? No.
oh, I thought On Fire.
It's always been Larry or Sonny that run shows there. Until the EWA did their couple of cups of coffee there.
Okay.
And then I think some midget wrestling groups have gone in there before
They have, yeah.
because they have the small ring that fits in there perfectly.
Literally.
Yeah, a couple
That's
last month I think there was one, honestly, because I remember seeing posters for it still.
But
for nothing.
so I was back and forth for about half an hour with this person from code enforcement, and I said, what type of I'm trying to figure out the parameters, making sure I could even do this because Skips is small to put a wrestling in. I mean, yeah, it's cool. It's got a balcony. You can put people on the stage to sit up there. You can put people on the side. It's hard to squeeze that shit in there, and I didn't want to get Skips in trouble. Well, because they kept asking me if I'd run out of the other shows down there, and I said at Thatchers outside and in their storage room. And then they asked me, do you still run shows there? And I said, no, but other people do. Well, unbeknownst to me, that started a chain of events.
Uh-oh.
So because
Shit.
I had done shows there, they went to go check. Because I said someone else did. I didn't say who, I didn't say what, I didn't say when, I didn't say where. I just said, yeah, I want to do shows here. I know people used to, blah, blah, blah. And I'd love to do shows. And they gave me all the information I needed. And then they asked me, let me investigate 20 questions to see if they can get anybody in trouble.
Literally.
More specifically, me. I think they were trying to get me in trouble for running at Thatchers. But I wasn't running there anymore. I said, someone else does. I literally told them, I was like, I got pushed out of there. Another group's in there now. So I couldn't tell you what's going on. I literally try to deny everything. Well, they sent code enforcement in there. Well, I guess Larry had left his ring up in the storage room.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, shit.
Because Larry was the ring for it. And I guess Larry, I didn't even know he was doing it, but he was training people back there.
He was, yeah.
He was teaching classes. I had no idea.
I didn't realize he was there.
Because I'd never want to get Larry in trouble. I don't really have a personal problem with Larry. I mean, we don't see eye to eye in certain wrestling situations, but neither does everybody. Like, I have no personal grievance with Larry. And every time I see him, we shake hands. I worked for him at the Bangor Fair. Like, I still work for him on fair dates, and now he has a hard time paying people for fairs. I have no personal qualm with Larry. I didn't know that this was going to lead to them doing an investigation of Thatchers. I know that they had investigated Skips, and Skid was up to date, so I knew they really weren't going to do anything about it. For them to go down to Thatchers. They went down to Thatchers and they found Larry's ring in the storage room on that tilted floor. And they got in a world of shit.
Violations galore.
Wow. Was there like fines and stuff like that? Or was it just
I don't know.
Let's just say that the building now is a used car dealership. Years later.
Wow.
Never thought that one phone call about Skips would have led to a chain of events, but I'll take responsibility for that. But I never threw anybody on the bus.
Right.
They just asked me if I had ran anywhere else down in southern Maine, and I said yes at Thatchers. And I took responsibility. I said, yeah, I used to run there, but I got pushed out. There's another group there now, to my knowledge. I don't run there anymore. I'm trying to run at Skips. And they gave me the information, which I eventually did run at Skips like once or twice, but it's not cost effective for me.
At that point, your hands are clean. You're just like,
yeah, I didn't care. I didn't care about Thatchers. I was just trying to get my information for Skips.
right.
And I guess they sent someone over there, I didn't know Larry was teaching people and having a school out the back and was paying the owner money to rent the back room for teaching people.
Yeah.
So Larry had to go get his ring, and I guess they got in trouble. A couple months later, they were shut down.
Next thing you know, they're a used car dealership.
Yeah, they were shut down, and then from that, because they were doing pretty good shows there, and Randy was involved with Murdoch, so they gave it a whirl and tried running Westbrook. This is what prompted Limitless to move from Orono to Westbrook.
Right.
So Randy, they had a show planned down there, and obviously it gets canceled because it's so facto. Can't run a show there if they're telling them they got to get the fucking ring out of the storage room. So Randy moved the show to the Westbrook Armory and did a Limitless show there with part the talent from that show and part Limitless people. And it turned out great. And he kept going back. So that's how Limitless started in Westbrook.
No kidding.
Over a simple phone call, I guess, that caused a bunch of issues. But in my defense,
You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, no, I was calling about my shit so I can run back at Skips. Because I was like, I had 100+ people coming and I had to fucking refund a bunch of tickets and I wanted to do this shit, but some called code enforcement, canceled the fucking show and ruined the business. So in turn, I think the pettiness that started it is also what ended it, because whoever called Skips, code enforcement on Skips, they're turning around. They got fucking same thing happened to fucking Thatchers.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Karma's bitch.
But anyway, those shows that were in the back room of Thatchers that were Murdoch's and Randy's were Let's Wrestle shows. That's where they get the name for Let's Wrestle. They took it from there and they brought it to Orono.
Oh, no kidding.
Small world. I love how everybody leaves since the story was over.
Yeah.
Bye. Story's over.
Like, I don't care, whatever. So,
did I miss questions here? I saw a bunch of chats pop up.
yeah, we'll answer the questions, and I really want to get into because we hinted about it last show. I really want to get into the road and your undefeated streak, as well as your match with Ace and your limited title run with the Let's Wrestle Championship. Because I know we talked about that a little bit before, and I'd like to go over that on the podcast. We have a let's see. Let's go up here. Coming from Tyler, what's the craziest match, whether a really amazing one or a complete dirt burner that you've seen in Big Bertha?
It was one of the matches, and they had the crowd the entire time. I think it was a 30-minute Iron Man match between Jeremy Prophet and Scotty Wilde.
I remember this. This is one of my first.
They had the crowd the entire 30 fucking minutes.
Really?
And that's when I literally looked at both of them afterward, and I said, we need to do more of these. And we did like a best of 7 series afterwards, which did not go well because they couldn't make all the dates. But that match itself, a 30-minute Iron Man match, I believe it was, and they fucking tore it up for 30 fucking minutes.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
Bertha. But both of these guys were also like phenomenal shape. Wild had just hit his stride. Prophet was hitting his stride well. Fuck. Also, I think it was a match with Quinn and Prophet was really good too. Mark Quinn.
And you imagine working in that ring for as long as that time period? Like, I remember the longest I ever worked in that ring was like Ultimate Survivor. It was like 45 minutes of just the longer you went in Bertha, it was just like excruciating as fuck.
Please get me out.
Yeah,
Please.
I wish.
Please let this end. I broke my tailbone in that match.
All I can think is Wayne's World. It's sucking my will to live.
I wish Randy. I don't know if he's trying still or not to get access to all those hard drives. But like, we can find those matches with Prophet and Wild. They had some good ones. They also had some bad ones. But that one in particular was in Brewer. I think it was a 30-minute Iron Man match or something like that. And it was great. I just remember sitting there watching it, like as a fan and watching it. They were telling an amazing story. It wasn't just spots galore. It just like they told an amazing story. They built everything up right. Yeah. Like you could tell that they were in their groove and they were feeling off everything and just working off the crowd and then doing what they needed to do. Then working off the crowd. They were feeling that shit out.
Yeah. Well, that makes a great match. That always makes a great match.
Jeremy Prophet, Scotty Wilde. And that's what actually gave me a big idea on later on pushing Scotty Wilde for the heavyweight title.
Wow. Because
he was the only one that's just like, I'm here to wrestle. And he proved it right there. He's like, I'm just here to wrestle. And I said, no. Eventually, when he dropped, when they had their program was over, Jeremy Prophet and Scotty Wilde's promo was over. Their last match actually was kind of a dud because Scotty Wilde was mad he was losing. And I explained to him, like, well, dude, I didn't tell him right off the bat because I didn't want him to know. I wanted to surprise him. He was all pissy out back. I'm like, what? He's like, why'd you take the belt off me and give it to Prophet? I said, well, I'm pushing you for the heavyweight title, so I can't have you have both belts there, champ.
Yeah.
He goes, really? I'm like, yeah. He's like, is that why your match was so skunky? And he looks at me and he goes, yeah. If I'd known that, I would have traded. He's like, I would have had a different change of heart. I'm like, damn it. I'm like, Dude, when do I ever tell back and JP will test this? When do I ever tell people what they were doing? Unless it was announced on a graphic, just show up.
Yeah,
If I book you and you're not gonna, I would never tell people. I'm like, wait, what? Someone would ask me, hey, what am I doing? And I'm like, wrestling.
I first like 6 months to a year. I just obviously like in being in training with you and everything, like showing up doing ring crew. Like I didn't expect to be on any show even after I wrestled once. Like there were times where I didn't, but like I still showed up and I was like, am I doing something? Cool. If I'm not, whatever. Like I got used to that mentality because that was an old school mentality that you taught us. And that's what I always expected. Every time I went anywhere else, even outside of IWE, like I went to NCW and I did the same thing. And then eventually I worked every single show that I had ever been on. I did that all around because you had taught me that perspective. Like you're not going to explain anything to anyone, like unless like it's something like elongating storyline, whatever, like it's guaranteed. But as far as like that, if it's just somebody you're booking on the show, like you're not gonna, you're gonna let them know when it's gonna happen and the day of. Like that's just
right. Well, and that's the thing. Like I told people, like there'll be match graphics for matches,
right?
And I spread them out. I'm a big proponent of spreading things out. If you notice with Ring Wars, my posts are every Monday, Wednesday, and sometimes Friday. Why? I'm spreading the shit out.
Right.
It's like a bird shot. Let's say you're shooting at a duck that's flying through the air. Well, I'm going to hit more of it with a bird shot than I am with a slug.
Right.
You're going to broad spectrum that shit. I'm going to hit more people looking at stuff.
And if someone who's actually shot a duck with a slug, you get a lot left with bird shot too.
Thank you. So my point being is you're going to get more hits from more spread out. And also it gives people something to look forward to. Like, wonder what they're going to post next.
Right.
Like obviously, if you see there's only been 3 match announcements, there's probably going to be 3 to 4 more, most likely.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you're going to get promos. You're going to get other content. Posted a promo today.
Right.
When I ran my first like MPW show,
I didn't see what that said, but we'll get back to it in a minute.
I know. I
ran my first Muscle Wrestling show. I strategically posted match graphics in a way where it wasn't all
creates buzz.
To generate buzz, because I would wait until everyone had already you got the most out of the most recent one. Then you drop the next one, let them react and everything that you could to an extent, and you just kept doing that. And I did that between MMPW and other places that I did graphic work for. I did that and it worked. It got people invested in it, because if you dropped it all at once and then just forgot about it, like people are going to forget what the card is, or people are going to forget.
And the thing is like here is also a dilemma with post sharing as a whole. I don't run into it as much with Ring Wars, as everybody knows. You either share my shit, because I will see if you don't, and then you get in trouble.
You keep an eye on it.
So, a lot of people in modern generation don't want to share shit that's not theirs. And I go, listen, you're on the show with these people, right? So you want them to share your shit though, but you won't share their shit. Do you not want people in the seats? Because I'm pretty sure we all want to wrestle in a packed crowd, at least 100 or more or something. You want to have a crowd there of some sort. If no one's there to watch you, no one cares.
Right.
You got the best match in the fucking world, but if no one sees you, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
So
share it there just for just one person. It's for everyone.
Right.
Unless it's a name, then they might be there for one person. But
exactly.
Big name talent, that's different. But
someone's gonna see you or see us or see Dylan or see Big Cat that had never seen them before because they came for somebody else. And they'll see them wrestle and go, oh, I actually like how that person performed, or, oh, that person's dog shit. I never was.
The ideology, it's the same thing with the ideology with postering. Like, you put up, for every poster you put up, you hope one person sees it and buys a ticket. Mind you, the theory isn't sound because it doesn't work that way, but it's a good theory. If you're playing up 500 posters in the greater area that you're running in, If one person saw every poster and decided to buy a ticket, you would have 500 people.
Right.
For the most part, I'd say it works 1/5 or 1/4 of the amount. So you get a quarter.
Right.
Or less. That's the realisticness of it. But you hope, especially now because of social media, postering's not as vivid as it used to be important as back in the day. Back in the day, it's super important. Now everything's social media based, but I still put out a hell of a ton of posters. Oh, Tardy the ref will tell you, he's the one that usually hangs out with me in the car, and he's also got his buddy that helps him go poster. And
shout out to Mo for being, a team player.
yeah, well, I mean, I compensate them too because they're out for the day, so they need to have money for food and gas and a little something to put in their pocket.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, but yeah, so people just want to share their own shit. I hate that, pisses me off. But like, or okay, then if you don't want to share everybody's shit, thank you, Kevin. And if you're not going to share any other shit, then at least share the event page.
Exactly. I don't get that personally because
At least if you share the event page.
Yeah, because like you share the stuff in the chat with us, and you're like, "Hey guys, new like." As much as I busted out,
share it.
But like you're like, "Hey, new thing, share it." It takes what 30 seconds to hit share.
The moment you post it in the chat, share it immediately. Like,
Yeah.
Well, here's the funniest part too. It takes 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Because I share it to the chat. I share it to the chat. So all you have to do is click on it. Once it opens, you hit the share button and then post.
Yeah, it drives
10 seconds.
You don't even have to make you don't even have to
yeah.
write.
You don't have to write anything. You don't need to write anything. You don't have to like it. You don't have to comment. Just share the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right, and it's more money in your pocket because more people will be.
Yeah, because if you have merch, you can then sell your merch to these people.
Right,
Exactly. The algorithm, whether you write something or
and
not. Share
I'm gonna put this in perspective for you because a lot of people don't seem to understand this. But back in the day, I was the only guy in town for a reason. And this isn't blowing my horn. This is telling you how this works. You're not going to like it. The promoter's only going to lose so much money till they say, I'm not doing this no more. Me, if I had never done TV, I probably would have made a lot of money. TV sopped up a lot of my money. I'm going to tell you this.
I know how much it was. It was a lot.
A promoter is only going to run so many shows and keep losing money. Because it's going to affect their livelihood. It's going to affect their family. It's going to affect everything. So look at every promotion that you wrestle for or you see around right now. They're either breaking even or they're getting in the green, and that's good. But the instant they start losing a lot of money and they disappear, don't be surprised because you're all partly responsible if you're not helping do the part of sharing and getting it out there.
There's the worst part when you actually do the work and actually help that company and whatnot, and they still draw 15 people and they say they can't pay you.
Also depends on the area. Like,
or
you can't draw in the middle of I got venues that I could go to. There's actually a venue right out by Alexander Lee's house out in Hudson. I could never use it though because no one's ever going to drive out to Hudson.
Me and Ben talked about that because when we were living together, he was like, "Oh man, I could totally run a show." I'm like, "Do you really want to do that? I'm like, do you really want to?"
You could get Rogers Market to sell the tickets, would be great, but that'd be the only way it works. And you'd have to push it for like 6 months. And people are going to have to drive. No, it's terrible driving. It's a terrible roads, terrible driving. No, it's a good sized venue. I have venues like that all over the place, but you can't run there.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Island Falls only works because of the convenience / grocery store across the street.
Yeah.
Right.
In the center of town.
Yeah.
It's the only way Island Falls ever worked. But what's the question?
Exactly. So Maverick has asked, is it true the rookies from Dirty Dragon were scared to work? Dungeon. Sorry.
You dirty dragon.
Dirty Dragon.
Sounds like an 80s
That's
video
not
game.
your nickname for you, cat. You're the dirty dragon.
Really dirty,
You big dirty dragon. The Dirty Dungeon were scared to work me. I don't know.
Old school mentality.
Probably because I was the old guy and they probably thought I would beat them up. Also, probably because a lot of them were trained by like 5 different people instead of just one. Because a lot of those Dirty Dungeon guys were trained through the IWE. Actually, after I had sold it, the IWE tried doing their own like summer training school.
Oh, I remember.
What it was is I used to run training weeks back in the day where the ring would be up for a week and everybody could come and I would tell people in advance so they can plan it out.
Hang on, I'll find the phone.
We'd have our 4 to 6 shows a month, but we would do a student show at the end of this training week. So the ring would go up on a Sunday night after the country jam in Cityside's banquet hall. Yep. Everybody would show up. We set the ring up and it'd be up from that Sunday night to the show the following Saturday.
Did you say country jam?
We do a country jamboree every Sunday during the day.
Jamboree. Okay, cool. Caught up. All right.
There'd be people there playing banjos and mang tambourines. It was cool. A bunch of old people. It was actually kind of sweet. It was kind of nice. It's refreshing. I never stayed, but like it was good to see a bunch of old people having a good time with people they knew and eating good food. And anyway,
don't forget that belt sander race. Jeez.
So,
it's not here that do that.
So I'm going to get to the point though. So that Sunday night the ring would go up. It would be up all week to that following Saturday. So it'd be up for almost a week. And people would know in advance because we'd have our big shows at the beginning of the month, and this would be a student show. So a lot of students would be, all the students would be on the show as long as they trained during that week. And that's way I could help build up their matches and kind of agent some of the shit, work on new moves and spots, get everybody nice and seasoned for their show. So they didn't look like shit in front of their friends and family. And it'd be a cheap ticket day. The tickets were like $5. $5 tickets. Front rows were $10. $5 tickets. So anybody could go. And it would pack the place because all the wrestlers that were in training got to have all their friends and family come for $5 a whack. So if you had like 5 people in your family, $25 are coming in. You know what I mean? And the money was literally going to pay for the training week. I kept none of this. The guys would come in, pay a daily fee. It'd be like $10 to come train that day. So you can come in every day, be $10 a day. Anyway, if you paid me your monthly fee, it was included. So you didn't pay anything. But anyway, the training week would happen. We'd train, have the show on the Saturday, and all the money from the show and the training week paid for the week's worth of rental from Cityside. Well, they thought I got that for free. By they, I mean Bomb and Sonny. No. That's how I paid for it. At the end of the week, on the Saturday after the show was over, I paid for that entire week from the show proceeds and everybody's training money from that week. I paid for it. If there was anything left, cool. Great. I got a little something out of my time. Because otherwise I made nothing. The training week was for the students.
Right.
These guys decided to run their own training weeks at Cityside. Never paid them.
I was trying to look up a photo I had that I took, but I couldn't find it.
Never paid.
There's a photo somewhere that I took.
And they would get, like, Bomb would show up to help train. Sonny would help train. I think I had Shori helping.
Yeah.
What the Dirty Dungeon got created out of this because all the students from there, eventually, those summertime training classes stopped.
Yeah, it was very brief.
It stopped because they didn't pay.
Yeah.
And they told them, get the ring out of there. You can't leave it here no more. So they had no place left to go. Well, the Dirty Dungeon started. They had this like barn / garage thing.
I was there.
That literally like you had to sneak into the place. It was creepy as fuck.
I can tell you all about it because I was there through the whole entire process.
It was creepy as fuck. And I hated all the way, like I hated the whole process of this. I hated all these students that were like half-ass trained. I give it to Killian for trying to clean up the proverbial mess that he didn't start. Killian tried to clean. I give that to him. He was cleaning up a mess that he did not start.
I tried to help him too, but it was kind of just like you knew it wasn't going to go anywhere. Like,
because it was so sporadic and it was never planned. And then there'd be people that would be training there every day, but then there'd be nobody training there. Like if someone has trained there once a month, and I'm like, this is not how you run a school.
but at the same time, I mean, there was weekly training sessions, but at the same time, this was also literally right before the Limitless Dojo became a thing. Once
the time was the only place available was the dungeon.
The entire Dirty Dungeon dissipated.
Also it also dissipated because the place where it was at was kind of like falling apart.
Oh, it's
the ring was falling apart.
I can tell you some fucking horror stories about that place. Not even just about the integrity of the building. Unfortunately, this is a building that Roadblock had gotten for Sean, and what ended up happening was Roadblock would go and use the ring time, like to go spend and do whatever in the ring. The problem was he was leaving all the fucking lights on. So this dumb shit would rack up the electricity bill for the guy that owned the entire property. So when it came to paying the rent or paying the bill monthly, it increased, and we were like, well, why is it so much? And they're like, oh, because the electricity bill went up. And we're like, well, why is the electricity bill going up when we're there? We shut all the lights off. This fucking dumbass would fucking go there in the middle of the night or on a day that we weren't doing training and just, I don't know who the fuck he was doing shit with, but he wasn't like training with anybody, and he would leave all the fucking shit on and leave. And
he's probably throwing a girl the ring and then trying to get a little something, if you know what I mean.
Probably. And
that's an old school trick.
At one point, I called him out. This was, again, years ago. It was 2018.
Gross.
I called him out, and I was just like, why the fuck are you leaving the lights on? And he's just like, I never left the lights on. And I'm like, we literally have...
Also, that place is a fire hazard. So, like, if you left the heaters on, too, and the lights on, that thing could have caught fire. That building was falling apart.
We had heaters on in that fucking place, but it was when it was being supervised. This dumb shit was fucking leaving all the shit on and leaving and just going home. And I'm like, are you fucking retarded?
Show someone the shit and then trying to think he was hot shit and trying to get some. You know, that's probably what it was. It's a show off move. It's stupid and old school and terrible.
I made an ultimatum for him. I told him, I was like, you either turn the shit off going forward or you're not welcome back. I don't give a fuck if you have the building or not. He wasn't even paying anything for the building. We were the ones paying shit for the building. He was just the one that had the contact. He wasn't paying fucking shit for the building. Sean and me were the ones that were paying for the building.
Mm-hmm. And so, continuing the story, to answer the question, the Dirty Dungeon kids were scared of me. That was also, I think, instilled from certain circumstances.
Right.
First things first, I remember, I don't know if I should bring this up. Sorry, JP, I'm going to bring it up.
Listen.
Here we go. No, I'm just going to let it do it. I'm just going to do it. It'll be okay.
You can bring up whatever you want.
Okay. So JP was helping with this said school with Killian.
Yep.
And it was all public online.
It was.
And on one of the posts, it said that somebody over here was trained at New England Pro Wrestling Academy.
Yeah.
JP,
he had trained there a couple times, yeah. For roughly a 6-month time span.
I trained there for 6 months.
And a certain owner, Brian Fury, saw it and proceeded to rip someone a new asshole.
Yeah, because I didn't say the whole time that I paid for it.
Yes. So that was probably one incident. I probably got blamed for that, even though it was not my fault.
I trained 6 months with you, 6 months with Fury.
And then you came back and did more with me.
I did more with you, but I also, at the same time, when I was still living in New Hampshire, I did stuff with Owen Brody.
He doesn't want to say it, but he did 6, 6, and 6. He did 6 months with me, 6 months there, and then 6 back with me, because that's the devil's number. Devil.
And Eric Johnson still booked me.
Well, you know, when you put in 6, 6, and 6, that's 6, 12, 18 months. Eventually, you're going to have a match sometime, I guess.
I mean, I had a match after my first year. I was still training, but I was also still...
I know, because I remember the day I talked about it, because you're like, how long do I have to keep paying and training for? And I said, until I say so, because you suck. And then you finally...
I wrestled 11 months after my first training session. Zach same month, and then Jossie and Amber probably 2 months before.
Yeah, because they caught on quicker there, which they're natural.
Obvious.
But to finish the last part of why the Dirty Dungeon kids were probably scared to work me, I'm going to give to actually Killian. So I gave him commendations for picking up things, trying to clean up the mess and fixing it. But I also heard him say a few things about the way I train compared to the way he trains. And I have no problem saying I train better than you. Don't ever criticize me, ever. If he's watching this, I have no problem with you. But I know what you said about me. Keep that in mind. Okay. That's why the kids were scared of me. And JP knows that's why he's laughing, but kind of turned his face. He knows that I know shit.
And a Kevin answer.
I'm sure, but you know what I'm talking about too.
Oh yeah, no, that 100.
Killian need to learn to not keep my name out of his mouth. He ain't done shit compared to what I've done. So this is me getting a little pissed off, but this is me saying thanking him for cleaning up the mess that he didn't start, but also saying keep my name out your mouth. I know we have no problem now, and this is all water under the bridge, but you know what you did and what you said to those kids, and now guess what? They all learned the exact opposite. Hence why they came and saw me at the dojo and left you.
And now look at where most of those kids
You're welcome.
They went to the
dojo. Because I was there full time when they came up.
They made the right choice.
That's why some of them are currently watching and talking about it in this chat. Because they learned the truth.
That way. On my screen, anyway.
The chat's down here to me where they pop up. They pop up down here.
To me, it's.
I don't know why, but this is maybe just.
But anyway, did I miss it? Oh. Am I Will Smith? Which one am I? Am I Will Smith?
Keep my wife's name out
Okay.
your fucking mouth.
I'm going to.
So,
Chris Rock get off. You see Chris Rock's voice change. He's like, "I'm going to him." He's like, "My bad. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me."
Seriously, if you watch the beginning of that, you see Will cracking up. He thinks it's funny as shit. Then he's like, "This is great. This is great." Then he turns and looks at Jada, and Jada's got that like motherfucker look on her face, and he's like, "I gotta do something about this, don't I?"
But to sum it up, I have no problem with Killian now, but he knows the shit he said to those kids then because they all fucking told me.
Oof.
And all learned from me at the dojo, and I helped train them leaps and bounds from where they were. Yeah. And they realized the truth. They all still respect Killian because they helped them. When they all got left abandoned by the IWE school,
there was nothing.
So they still respect him, but they respected me more to tell me the shit he used to say about me. And that's why Jason brought up why he used to be scared from me. Thank you, Jason. Continuing on, other questions that popped up that I missed. I missed a few.
I think that's
speaking of that. Hold on, this is a good one. Going into that, how long should a trainee or rookie pay their dues?
Depends on how long it takes them to learn this business. Everybody learns at a different rate and different speed. I think we talked about this in a different podcast, but
yeah,
Frankie Flash, who's also the person I'm wrestling at Ring Wars, tie-in. He got his name because of how quickly he learned. He trained a lot in 3 months and was inside of a ring.
I thought it was a Flash Gordon reference, to be honest.
I mean, he does come out to the Flash Gordon.
Everybody's different. Everybody goes it's usually between like.
And you heard like you were just talking about Amber and Jossie getting a match for y'all because they quicked it up so quickly.
It's like 8 or 9 months, and then
it all depends how quickly you learn. But you never stop paying dues. But because honestly, I don't owe wrestling. Wrestling owes us.
Yeah.
And that's for everybody. If anybody says they think they're owed something, you're not owed shit. I'm not owed shit. Wrestling has ruined parts of my life. It's also created parts of my life. We owe wrestling.
Wrestling's ruined my hip.
Coffee. I don't drink anymore.
I know. Same.
But in all honesty, though, if you like we talked about with JP here, like he just said he did 6, 6, and 6. 6 with me, 6 with New England Pro Wrestling Academy, then another 6 with me before he was fully like done with having to pay and do weekly trainings or monthly trainings, however you want to look at it. But like even then, and then he got to find out what pay was. There's a certain level you have to reach before we can like someone goes, you don't like I'm not going to tie you down to keep trading. And there's some people that probably should be tied down to keep training because they can't retain shit worth of crap.
I know a couple of those.
But my point being is,
Not you.
you'll know when the time is because your trainers will tell you, or someone will also hint to you, like, you can fly the net. You can leave the proverbial nest now.
I remember
You don't have to stay in the nest no more, little birdie.
I
there'll be a
remember
time.
my thing, because it was Amber, and Amber kind of came up to me and she's like, "You ready for the Rumble?" I was like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, Rumble's next month. You ready?" I was like, "Am I in it?" And she's like, "Yep, get your shit." I was like, "Okay."
There'll be hints. You'll know.
Battle Royal. So and I knew 5 minutes before I was going out that I was in that. I was like, "What?"
Yeah. So that's if that answers that question. But yeah, you never stop paying dues, as I said. But with the training things like leaving the nest stuff, you learn. Also, you got to take care of yourself and watch out too, because some people will fucking take advantage of you. I remember I will tell this. I'm not going to give the time frame, but back when I was doing weekly shows in Oldtown for New Wrestling Horizons or NAWA, depending on the time frame. I don't remember exactly, but I remember one of my first actual paydays because I was still paying a lot of dues. I was wrestling twice a night, putting the ring up and tearing it down. And at one point I got an upgrade. I was the head of the ring crew.
How's that?
I remember I got paid.
When Bomb took over, he called me one day and was like, "Do you want to be head of the crew?" And I was like,
around the time Mark Moment was the head of the ring crew and he got demoted and I got promoted. And around the time I got promoted, I was helping set up a tear down the ring and wrestling twice. Once as Mason X, once as myself. And I remember getting Sonny come over to me with the money box and dumping the change into my hand. He's like, "There should be over $10 there. It's all yours."
Wow.
"Yikes!"
I think my first
And that's when I realized I should have chose something else than wrestling.
Ever payday in wrestling.
But that's paying dues. That's just how it works. There's always a story like that.
My first payday by Eric Johnson ever in wrestling, $5. I live 4 hours away.
Yeah, I think it's always like $5.
Yeah, you were also getting squashed, so it was like one of your first.
Yeah, true. $5. No, but there was $5 payday for like the first, I want to say 6 months.
Yes, because you're still paying dues. Like I just felt bad giving you nothing because I didn't. I remember me getting nothing for weeks, mind you. That $10 doesn't change.
Yeah,
I had worked weeks and weeks. This was weekly shows, guys, on plus weekends.
Yeah,
when I got nothing.
Wow.
For weeks and weeks and weeks of wrestling. Mind you, so think of this as like 6 to 7 shows a month, sometimes wrestling twice a show. Nothing. For weeks and months. And then I finally get my first $10 payday was when I got promoted to head of ring crew. So, you had it better than I did. You're welcome. Because I could have gave you nothing and said, "Good job tonight."
You could have told me to fuck
no
off.
Hot dog, but here's a handshake, kid.
For a whole year, you could have told me to fuck off.
You know, see, you even say it like so. Now you're like, "Oh wow!" That after hearing his story, mine sounds so much better.
Yeah.
Well, it's like doing that
1,000%.
4-hour drive, and the promoter's like, "Oh yeah, you came down here, you wrestled 2 matches in a battle royal. Here's $10."
I'll go to NCW.
Oh, that's why I used to tell you guys, make sure you get your shit all situated before you leave your house.
Yeah.
I went to NCW for a whole year, and JC probably paid me $10, and I was still driving over an hour for I
have no problem with JC, but I do have a problem when I have to chase him for money. I remember this is one of the last times I went down there.
I can find
and Davey Loomis.
Yeah, Loomis.
He stood up for us. It was me and Ben. It was the main MSP moniker was also the nickname for the carload that used to travel a lot together, which was me, Primer, Ben, who drove, and Alex Chamberlain. We all were the main state posse because we used to travel all the shows, whether it be Slam Awesome Wrestling in Vermont or NCW or any of those other random shows out in the middle of nowhere. We had to drive hours and hours to. And we came down to one point, it was just me and Ben and my Mercury Mystique traveling down to NCW shows because my Mercury Mystique used to be great on gas. And it was a boat too, so good luck damaging that fucker. Anyway, we'd go down, and every time it was like we had to fight to get our pay.
Can confirm.
And eventually, one time we were waiting around. Like, we even helped with the ring. We stayed there till everything was done, and they were like cleaning, sweeping the floors. And we looked at Loomis, and Loomis looked at us because he knew we looked defeated and tired, and we wanted to go home. And we were like, we want to go home, but we had to keep chasing JC around for money. So Loomis is like, follow me. We followed him into the bar. Loomis is there doing money, and I see Loomis come up behind JC and like tap him, get his attention, and they start talking. And then he points over at us, and you can see him go, give them their fucking money so they can go home.
Sounds like New World Wrestling.
So thanks to Loomis, we got our pay. But after that, that was one of the last times that me and Ben went down. This is me and Feeney.
Yeah, you and Feeney.
Well, it's like
Gavin Jimmy dancing in Boogie Woogie, baby.
You were in that NCW too.
We were doing a thing a dance off.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing with me and Nix. We've had the same issue with shows, just like in Massachusetts. Like, give us the fucking money so we can go home.
And as a promoter, I understood, because I'm sure Massachusetts venues are a lot more expensive than venues up here, just because it's Massachusetts. And on top of that, he used to have WrestleMania-sized locker rooms.
Oh, yeah. Fucking
because he would never tell anybody no. He would never tell anybody no.
Yep.
Oh.
Everybody was a yes, and here's this though. He would tell you in advance, we'll give you some work, and I respected that. But when you have arrangements, like me and Ben, we had an arrangement with him because we had been going down for so long, on and off, on and off, on and off. I even tagged as a member of MSP one time as MSP,
right,
with Ben, because Chamberlain had moved and Primer wasn't going down anymore because he was tired of dealing with JC. And he got into a fight in the locker room one time.
Yeah. Oh crap. Who was it with? I remember him telling me the story.
The dude that was a knockoff fucking Spider-Man dude.
Yes. Crap. What was it?
Which later he's better now. He was Brandon Webb.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, Brandon Webb.
When he was doing the Spider-Man knockoff giver.
Oh yeah.
The Creeper or whatever. That didn't age well, down did it?
Backtrack real quick.
The Creeper with a K. The Creeper with a K.
Backtrack real quick. I didn't realize Sean.
So anyhow, I went down on 3 different occasions. I went down like the time I said I tagged with Ben was there for, that was a stint. And then I did a stint as Prince Aziz.
Oh.
I was an oiled tycoon prince with the whole headdress and kendo stick and the whole outfit and all dang. And then I did Jivin Jimmy toward the end, which was the most over one. So eventually one of the last shows I went down, I wrestled Scott Ashworth, who used to do Doink. Like an actual shoot legit Doink. Like he does really good Doink. And he also he used to do fill-in shows as Doink on a bunch of the big indies and in appearances and stuff. And I wrestled. Scott and I were friends, and JC knew that. And he was bringing Scott in to work the show. And he's like, you want to work Doink? And I think it'd be great because you do Jive and Jimmy. It'd be funny to work Doink. And I'm like, yeah, I think that'd be awesome. Mind you, I love Scott, but he was half in the bag when I wrestled him. And I had just hurt my ankle, but I didn't want to screw over Scott because I already told him I was coming down to see him and wrestle him. So I came down, worked Scott Ashworth with a busted ankle. And I remember being given shit about how the match went long. And I'm like, you got to talk to Scott, because I try to call that shit to go home all the time, but Scott wanted to hit his comedy spots as Doink.
Yeah.
And I said, also, he's drunk. So I don't know what you want me to do with him. He's my friend. I'm not going to tell the guy who's my senior and the veteran of the match, who's also Doink the Clown, no.
Yeah.
But I got the heat, because they're not going to put the heat on JC. They're going to put the heat on me. Call it like the curtain call. They couldn't put the heat on Kevin Nash and Scott Hall because he was leaving. They couldn't put the heat on the HBK because he's the champ. Well, I was the Triple H in that situation.
Yep.
So I didn't get invited back, but I was also tired of chasing my money down. So
yeah, you being the Sheik kind of reminds me of it was a Let's Wrestle
Prince.
show, and
Sheik is overused.
Yeah,
and also respect to the other Sheiks,
of course. But it just reminds me of one of these stupid ass moments. It was funny as hell. It was at a Let's Wrestle show. You were wearing your red, green, and white singlet, and Paul Dowling's like, "Go back to Mexico," and you stopped and looked right at Paul and went,
It's because
"Paul, I'm Italian."
Italian.
it's because he called me a spick.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Shit.
You didn't hear that part? Ask Brandino about it.
I did not hear that part.
Granted, Paul said a lot of fucked up shit back in the
He's gotten
day.
better, but yeah, he's.
He
still
said,
that
well,
shit.
here's what he said verbatim. Go back to Mexico, you fucking spick. That's what he said to me.
I missed that. I
And
missed that part.
I said, well, excuse me. I said, first off, I'm Italian. Second off, that's messed up. There's kids here.
Fucked
Yeah.
up.
And he's like, I don't care.
Yeah, of course.
I don't care.
Maybe
But like, if you
headbutt him.
look at him now, he's
And I have no problem with Paul either, but like he knew he even said afterwards at intermission when I saw him that he knew he screwed up when he said that.
Do you remember me?
That's why he never says that word now to like out loud like that. Like you don't say that shit in private. Don't yell out in front of people and
Yeah, kids and whatnot. So
Right.
yeah, if I'm singing a song that's got shit like that in it, like I'm just jamming out in my car, no one's gonna care. But like, you can't be doing that shit in public to people. That's not okay.
yeah, you're
Right.
not gonna walk.
Even
out
how
the
many
middle of the
people in that audience were Latino that heard that and they were like,
Oh, motherfucker!
that's not
what?
okay. Yeah, you can't be doing that shit.
Yeah.
Get out of
Something
here
like
with that.
that. Brandino start throwing hands.
Hot dog and handshake. Yeah.
Yo, I will be
That was
legit.
literal
Sometimes
back
I
in the
would
day.
wish.
Literally.
Sometimes
Those
I would
Old
wish
Town
for a hot
shows,
dog.
Kevin will tell you, those Old Town shows back in the day, those weekly Old Town, there was sometimes it was a hot dog and a handshake because
Yo.
it was just how it worked.
By the way, that's what I said. I can.
JC
I can
only paid
attest
me
to.
$10 each. That's what. And
I worked- Oh, you want to
Oh,
hear
yeah.
this? Actually, speaking of that situation, I worked for JC for a full 2 years. I missed like 4 shows. I was part of the biggest heel group in the company. I took most of the freaking pins too, but it's because I was the rookie, of course. And the same thing, I'd get like $15. I'm like, JC, you realize I'm driving 3.5 to 4 hours to get here, right? Can I at least have gas money?
We should be tagging along with friends.
It's because you've seen the locker room, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. He doesn't tell anybody. He will give you work. He tells you in the beginning too. Don't tell me you don't, because he did.
No,
He'll give
no.
you work,
Does give
and
you-
he'll love to have you.
Yeah.
But that's where it ends. Like he takes care of everybody. He does. He doesn't not pay you. The problem is he can't favoritize. Like toward the end, when the last shows, this is back in the day when I worked at Scott Ashworth Day, I got $40 back then.
Jesus. I'd love
But
$40.
that's because
Yeah,
me
that's
and
what he said,
Ben
yeah.
were seniors. Me and Ben were seniors. We've been there for like on and off forever. And
My
that's where it
last-
ended.
My last NCW show, it was me, Jossie, Amber, and Ben driving in one car. We had gotten there like 15 minutes before the show started. Granted, like we had to wait before certain people got out of work. So, and JC knew this. JC decided to put me on first, regardless. And I was in a 6-man tag. Oh, and we had Calvin Strange with us.
Oh, Jesus.
So
Yeah, quite a carpool.
we had a 6-man tag, whereas me, Calvin, and some dude versus Triplelicious,
Triplelicious is great.
Hero, and Foxy Calvin Campbell. And we couldn't call anything beforehand. We did it on the fly, and this was like their going away show for the year. And we opened that show garbage because we had no time to fucking plan for it. And after that show, I was like, yeah, I'm all set. like if this is how it's gonna be, I'm all set.
Yeah.
Well, to be real with you, you showing up 15 minutes before the show is not JC's problem. That's your problem.
Right.
Secondly, it's a 6-man tag. There's 6 of you. Talk. Thirdly,
Walked into the venue. We didn't know what we were doing until we walked into the show.
I understand that, but you showed up just before the doors open, or right before the doors open, or before the show started.
Before the show started.
That's your own fault.
JP, I'm gonna bust you here. So I had the same.
Show of
thing with-
hands. Is it the promoter's fault or your fault? JP's fault? Raise your hand.
Driver either.
I know, but it's your carload's fault. You raise your hand.
Yeah.
It's your carload. Okay, I get you want to ride all together and save gas, but if someone's not going to get out in time for y'all to get there at least before the doors open,
Yeah,
that's your fault.
I had the same
Also,
issue.
I
went to,
understand your frustration, but it's a 6-man. That means there's 6 of you. You guys can talk and communicate between 6 of you. That should make it easier. Headlocks and arm bars, for fuck's sake, until you figure out a spot.
Did you not hear who the 6 people were in that?
Foxy's a good
Triple
worker,
H
man.
is awesome. Triple H is a hell of a worker. Triple H
Yeah.
has been doing this a hell of a long time. I would love to work him.
Triple
Isn't
H
Triple
was
H
phenomenal.
Trigger the OG?
Trigger the OG.
Oh, I love working Trigger. I've worked
He
with
was
him a couple times.
phenomenal. Everyone
He's
else
been doing this a long fucking time, bro.
Spot.
Long fucking time. Trigger's awesome. So, yeah, I would have been like, let Trigger run the deal because he would have been.
Montero was
When Randy started bringing him up with the unit, I was like, that was smart because he's a vet. Like he'll
coming up for
but then now he doesn't bring up the unit anymore.
no, but like he was like anytime he ever came up here for any shows that were up here, it was great.
Yo, I remember the Vacation Land show where it was me, Trigger, Maverick, and Montero.
Let's not
And
talk about redacted pro wrestling.
so what?
Let's not talk about redacted pro wrestling.
Well, no, I mean that was a fun match. I've gone back and watched it a couple times. The only thing I did
I mean, Phoenix Pro version 0.
version 0, yeah. I just remember Mike Montero landing on my
I
head
might be booked for that show.
and him like rolling over and go, "Shit, Andy, you okay? Sorry." I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, dude.
Oh, fucking morons.
Well, let's be careful, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not worried because Larry's there and Larry will ream them a new asshole.
Respect Larry, absolutely, but like,
So I'm not worried, but also Larry's going to look out for himself first because he's got the ring. And there's no ring, there's no show.
Well,
So
Larry
Larry
has
gonna get his, then everybody else gonna get their shit.
there's gonna be no bullshit. That's why.
But yeah, but there will be no bullshit. Larry will not tolerate it.
It's the premise of who is behind it all. Fuck them.
I haven't gotten word back about it because he asked me like 2 weeks ago about if I was there, and I forgot to text him back. So I finally did text him back, and he hasn't read it. So I'm probably not booked. But
as long
anyway,
as you get, even if you do it or don't, as long as you get paid, it's all
yeah.
At this,
Did we miss? I think we missed. Did we miss a question or a post?
Yeah,
or
we got a few of them
that's
right
cool.
here. Bell to Bell Promotions asked when we're going to talk about the real story. About the real story, the night that Jivin Jimmy.
that's on my
returned live.
birthday. My birthday is the day of
So-
that show. I'm getting Jivin Jimmy back on my birthday. I'm excited.
So
You can't
He-
now. He sold me
certain-
he sold me the gear.
Oh shit!
Oh,
that's
no,
right.
listen.
Yeah, he fucking-
no.
So you a set of gear.
No. Pause. So you have my Chikara gear because you wanted it so badly. So you don't seem to understand, sir. There's this great thing called I don't know if all of you noticed my really nice looking gear. I have someone who makes that shit.
He has a connection.
Yeah, I know.
So I have somebody, a gear maker, making me a pair of Jivin Jimmy shorts like I used to wear back. I used to wear the pleather shorts.
Right.
The flame pleather shorts. Well, these ones aren't flame because I have plenty of flame gear. I was like, give me something different. And these ones have like cool little stripes and bullet holes and cool things like that on it. They're coming. They're gonna be here hopefully in time. He said they're already in the mail, so I don't know how true that is, but he already sent me pictures of it, so I assume they're done. But anyway,
So you're saying we'll see a Jiving Jimmy in July?
well, a certain someone from Bell to Bell Promotions saw the podcast and said, done. When I said my price, they said, done.
Done.
I said, also, you got to pay for the gear. And he went, done. I'm like, you're an
No.
idiot. And he went,
Wait, he's
done.
paying for dude, he's gonna start paying for
Wow.
my
Wow.
shit. Jesus. Wow.
So he's going to pay me to pay. And he's going to pay for the shorts. I already have singlets. I don't need I have plenty of those. I'll make it
That
work.
reminds me.
And I
Hit me
obviously still have vests, so I don't have to worry about the vests.
And I'm gonna fucking miss it. God damn it. I won't be there.
After you just
And he said it under one condition.
What the fuck do you have already booked that far?
And he
I
said
called
under
a
one
baby.
condition now. There's one condition. There's one condition. I had to do it also. He was adamant I had to come out to Return of the Mac by Mark Morrison.
Oh, you have to. If you
Oh, yeah.
don't, there's no point in driving.
Yeah.
So-
All right,
You
I'll
you guys
download
need
it
to
now.
record it. I need
Big
to
Cat,
see
if
it.
you have your baby on my birthday, that's
No, the
my
baby's
child.
the baby's gonna be born hopefully in
Having
June.
another baby?
Yes, I
Yeah,
got.
Yes.
You're a goddamn machine.
I'm worried because she might be put early, and
Would you be
the
quiet?
last week of May, I have a lot of shit that I really need to be at, and if she gets put early, I can't do those shows. I'm going to be really upset if I won't be able to do those shows.
I
that
bless
means
your
they'll mix your
stamina,
single.
sir. I bless your stamina.
We're just pumping the fucking grind.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this: bless your stamina, but leave that woman alone.
This is the last one. This is number 3. This is the last one. She wanted that girl
Yeah,
so
he
bad.
says that.
Next time I see him, I'm just go up to her and hug her. Go, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I told him to leave you alone, and he won't. She's probably be like, I know.
No, she'd be like, I want that damn girl. It's not working out.
Oh, that's probably it's all her fault. It's her fault.
Kat, I'm going to tell you a quick story. My cousin Sean, him and his wife wanted a girl. They now have 5 kids.
Yeah, it's not. This is number 3.
The girl,
This is the
they
last
did have a
one.
girl. She was the youngest.
Wait, do you know what the gender is yet?
Yes.
Okay. What is
Ow.
it?
Technically, I'm not supposed to say because
Oh,
technically, I don't know what it is.
Wow.
The hint- I don't know if you guys heard, but the hint was that he's all done after this one, so that obviously means it's a girl. Do you need to hint anymore? Like he's
No,
done.
this is regardless if it's a girl or not. This is the last
Mhm.
one. So this
Good.
Yeah,
I told her 3
was
is done.
very pure bullshit in that, even if it wasn't.
So this
But,
wrestling podcast took a left turn.
So yeah,
So I got a
we
baby
still
in
haven't gotten
June,
into
yeah.
more shit yet, but let's finish the question stuff. Anything else that popped in the chatty chat?
I see a lot of
don't
roads.
neglect
I
anybody.
like this question.
Roblox retarded. Yes, the answer is yes. Yeah.
Oh,
I
here's
think
a
that's
good. That's
Not answering
God
that.
damn it! God damn it!
I'm trying to hide it.
Cat, freaking
I'm
JP,
not touching it. It's
Fucking
JP.
whoever. There you
I'm
go.
drunk. Leave me alone.
The
Jesus
second version
Christ.
of IWE sucked because the owners MEW was in the process of starting prior to Let's Wrestle.
Cat, you missed the comma there. The second version of IEW sucked because of the owners. MEW was in the process of
I'm
starting.
sorry, my
business
pause wasn't
to
as
Let's
long as
Wrestle
yours,
until
fuckhead.
Sonny's bitch ass caused.
I can
There's a
tie you.
comma.
I
There's
can
a
tie you
comma.
some
Commas equal
information
pause.
to this. Let me tie you some information to that.
Yeah, sure.
Spill.
So he is not lying about part of that. Like he was in the process of trying to run his own deal. Turner used to run shows with Ryan, who runs Global,
Yeah.
and then wanted to do his own deal. But he wanted to create his own company. Well, a certain someone had IWE and was on the verge of selling, but also had rights to many other companies, such as there was NCWE, which was Aiden Andrews' old promotion. And if you remember, there was an MEW promotion that someone bought.
Hey.
This guy. So I gave Turner the blessing to use MEW
No kidding. I didn't
back
know that
then because
Really?
I had already acquired it. A lot of the companies, when they went out of business, I made them offers to buy them out of whatever stuff they had left. Belts.
part. Did you
They're
buy
based-
Vacation Land?
No. Can't buy something when it's not worth anything.
Can't buy. Yeah.
Oh,
By,
mean.
by buying something, I mean potential value. Potential
Patrick,
value.
you get
I'm,
$3.
I'm giving you some business quotes, guys. Just listen.
You can't buy negative equity.
When you buy something, it has to have value.
Bingo.
Whether it be to you personally or as a business sense. With MEW, when I got it from them when it was falling out, they had made a name for themselves when they brought AJ Styles into the state. That was a hell of a show.
Yeah.
That was probably the best match of Mark Moment's life. And
tell that
talks
story?
about it to this
Can
day.
you tell that
They-
story really quick? I know you told it personally, but really quick with Mark Moment about that.
can we tell you about it?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wasn't
know
a part of it. I wasn't a part of it. I can only tell you what I know.
Yeah, tell us
They're
what you know
running
about
at the
that.
old the rec center by the Cross Insurance Center there. The one that Rampage Pro Wrestling ran for many a year. It's right by the casino and the Cross Insurance Center. It's a giant gymnasium. On Fire ran there. The old Rampage used to run there. Huge venue. Well, they brought AJ Styles in. Had a good, solid roster of workers. Real good guys across New England that they brought in. And Moment wrestled AJ Styles. Moment was in the shape of his life.
I
Did a
swear.
20-minute match with AJ Styles. Didn't puke. Did amazing. They put them on the map. They put them on the map in Maine. And after that, they brought in other names. Like they brought Taven up, which I used to use on a regular occasion. They did stuff with Luke Robinson. And then the match that killed the company as well, which was Christopher Daniels. Christopher Daniels got brought in thanks to AJ Styles because AJ had a great match with Moment. AJ gave kind of a pseudo nod to Christopher Daniels and gave them the contact info and put over Moment. Well, Christopher Daniels came in, expecting to do this big competitive match with Moment. Moment was not in the same physical shape
Oof.
to wrestle Christopher Daniels than he was with Moment. I mean, with AJ Styles. So Moment went out there, and as we all know, at Moment, he has a tendency to puke sometimes.
All the time.
Well, he didn't with AJ and had a good 20-minute match with him and tore down the house.
But I meant like.
So Christopher
majority of
Daniels
that
thought
day
he was expecting the same kid.
Yeah.
He didn't get the same kid. Moment puked early on in the match. I don't know if it was nerves or just he wasn't feeling well. And Christopher Daniels kind of let him slide on it the first time, but the second time, yeah, Moment puked twice against Daniels, and Daniels just proceeded to beat the shit out of him. He was pissed, and to be honest with you, also the fans were pissed.
Kind of ruined his career.
It ruined it. Yeah, it ruined it for him. It ruined the company, and ruined it for him. The other thing that also kind of sank the boat is they missed the boat on AG. They were the first company to actually get on the AG boat, the All Good Anthony Green boat, and he was their top babyface. He was hot fire, and they had a chance to give him the title off a Moment, and they didn't. They put Moment over on him instead. Also a big mistake, because then after Moment won, AG never came back. So they missed that, and then Moment upchucking twice to Christopher Daniels, which embarrassed them. That was the main event of their show, and it embarrassed them. Which at that point, their attendance had dropped drastically, and all the owners were dropping like flies. It left Sonny holding the ball, and I bailed him out on one last show. They had an advertised show. One of the owners was Reed Farrar. He used to promote with me. He had his own ring, the same ring that was used for Chikara, the one he bought me out of, and he pulled out on doing the ring for this MEW show. And me and Sonny met at a Dunkin' Donuts in Corinth because Sonny had no ring. He was losing talent, and Moment, Reed had all dropped out, and they were owners of the company. They all didn't want to have nothing to do anymore. It was just funny. So me and him met in Corinth at a Dunkin' Donuts. We had coffee and we talked, and I said, look, I'll let you use Bertha. I'll bail you out. I'll buy you out. You keep who you got booked. I'll help you fill in the gaps with people. We'll call it a day. But after that, I'll take over. We can tell them all to go fuck themselves for all we care. I literally told them I'll be the bad guy if I have to. I'll walk in there, I'll rip the card off the wall, and I'll put up a new card. And I was like, yeah, well, you won't be the bad guy. I will be if I have to. And that day of that show, that last MEW show, before I took it over, and I tried keeping it alive. It just didn't work. I went into that locker room. It was in Fairfield. I told everybody I was the ring rental, so that's how the show got to happen. And so everything was booked. First half went off without a hitch. I went in the locker room. I ripped down the card, put up the new card, and everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing? I said, well, Sonny's about to tell you. Sonny walked in, told them all I was the new owner, and I was taking over things. And this was the new card. I looked at Moment. I said Moment was the champion still, had never lost the belt. I said, Moment, you're wrestling Rumble tonight, right? Because I got them Rumble at the time, because Rumble hadn't been canceled at the time. This is before all that bullshit happened, I think. Rumble was there, and I looked at Rumble, and I looked at Moment, and I said, Moment, you're wrestling Rumble tonight. If you puke, don't come see me for your pay. Rumble's going over. That belt should have been off of you a long time ago and should have went to AG.
Yeah.
Moment got pissed, but nothing you could do about it. The Knuckle Busters were there. I said, Knuckle Busters have been here this entire time, tagging on every goddamn show. Somehow they're not the tag champs. You have a throw together team as your tag champs. The Knuckle Busters getting the fucking tag belts.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one argued. That's what we got respect from Big Woody. Big Woody loved me after that. And then it was, I think, Dan Terry versus Tomahawk or was it?
Scary.
Or was it Dan? Or was it Vern Vicalo versus Tomahawk? Anyway, it may have been a 3-way, but I told them who was going over, and I said I like all you guys. We're going to talk after the show.
All right.
And then the last person I had to talk to was Primer. Primer did this pipe bomb promo at one of the MEW shows. I don't know if everybody heard about that.
No.
He's talked to me about it at least. Yeah, he's never explained it fully, but we have talked about it.
Mm-hmm. I'll explain that after. But anyway, I told everybody how it was. I said I'll be handing out payouts. I'll be taking care of everything. I looked at Reed, who used to be one of the owners. I said I'll talk to you two after the show because me and him had a good working relationship before. And I told Bowman how it was. And I told everybody else how it was. I went out and even cut a promo on the show, telling everybody, hey, this is a new MEW. I changed the logo. I tried keeping the company alive, running after that, and it never caught fire after that. Once it was tainted, no one wanted it anymore. I tried. I made it a show that was like developing talent I wanted to try out at IWE. I had to bring them in. Yeah. I also try to keep their guys that were there that people liked and tried to build on them. It was just hard. No one wanted to see it anymore because they had done the fans so wrong. I couldn't fix it.
Yeah.
Once the damage
point,
you can, yeah.
There's a certain point once the fans are just like, we're not coming back. You're never going to get them back.
So I'll give it to Moment. He didn't puke with Rumble, and Rumble put him through the fucking paces. I had gotten Rumble to fill that spot. I had gotten them Jason to fill that spot because at the time Jason had just come back to work for me and was living in Maine at the time. He just started moving back, and I was getting him back on the deal. And
I was
Rumble put him through the paces. He didn't puke. So Rumble, but Moment got his pay, and he straight up left.
Yeah.
He was pissed. A couple people were pissed, but a lot of them stayed and got their pay. And I talked to all of them, and I said, the biggest one was with Primer. He did this pipe bomb promo. Well, what it was on my shows, I had Primer tagging with Good Hang Flanders, and they were called Team Good Balls. They did a comedy bit. Every show they come out dressed as some type of characters. Like one time they came out with face and makeup dressed like Kiss. Another time they were trying to dress out like the Blade Runners, like Sting and Ultimate Warrior, but one of them dressed like they wanted Primer intentionally dressed like Crow Sting, and then of course Hank Flanders dressed like the old Ultimate Warrior from like the 90s. So anyway, it was funny. It was over. People liked it. Well, Primer didn't want to do that, and I told him like it's over. It ain't broke. Don't fix it. But Primer didn't want to do it. Well, eventually he told me he was hurt and he couldn't wrestle anymore. I said, okay, cool. So we stripped him and Hank Flanders of the titles. And all of a sudden he shows up at MEW and cuts his scathing promo on me, which also could have been considered as slander. And I even told him that. But after I bought MEW, and I let Primer wrestle that last MEW show that when I bought it, and I even told him, you got a spot going forward, but I don't think you got a spot at IWE yet. You got to earn it. And I remember putting out this post because he was so adamant about how cool that pipe bomb promo was. And he was talking about it online one day on Facebook. And I said, yeah, it's so great that you slandered your best friend's name over a spot because you couldn't do what you wanted. That's great. You know what the irony is, though? You did that pipe bomb at the company and then thought you could get away with it. Well, then I bought the company out from underneath everybody and literally could have ruined your wrestling career, not booked you on any shows. Yeah, that's real ironic.
Literally.
Yeah.
I literally turned it around on him. I was like, that's quite the pipe bomb, but here's a better one. I could have made it so you couldn't wrestle anymore. Right. I held your career in my hand at that point because there was nobody else running shows. It was just me.
Yeah.
Right.
So I still let him give a chance. And also he earned his spot back. After that, he apologized and earned his spot back. He also got murdered from a chair shot from Hobo Joe because I wasn't the only one.
I was doing the promo. I was involved in the promo.
I see Big Cat looking for it. You might find it.
He knows what
Hobo Joe, who was Joseph Primer, also got slandered in that pipe bomb promo, along with Teddy, who was with Joseph Primer as Primer Inc. Because when John left, Teddy took John's spot as like Hobo Joe's lackey. So that's how I kept the gimmick going. Well, over at MEW, Primer and Reed were Primer Inc. Well, I'd already talked to Reed after the show was over, and Reed wanted to come back and work for IWE and help invest and get back involved. So I was like, I got the best idea. I'm gonna have Reed turn on Primer, put him with Joe and Teddy. How he did that was that same next Fairfield show was an IWE show.
I was there.
We had Reed to turn on Primer and Teddy hold Primer's hands. So we got Reed and Teddy here holding Primer's hands. Hobo Joe grabs a chair. Kills him with it.
The motherfucker.
So Hobo got his receipt. And after I remember looking at him, I'm like, because I called him, I was like, I asked him first, before we did this program of the Primers feuding, is this something he's okay with? Because of the pipe bomb promo, like I said, it was very distasteful, as well as told. I remember Randy's friend, the Door brothers, went to the show and said it was a very distasteful promo.
Yep.
And it's very, like, literally could have been slander. Yep. And the Primer was so happy about it. So I'm like, okay, well, you got to earn your spot back if you want to keep wrestling.
Right.
And he ate that chair shot. He earned it. I remember looking at Hobo Joe afterwards. I'm like, feel better now? He's like, yeah, you can keep him around now.
And then I got beat up in that promo after he taken that chair shot.
So
Same promo.
Primer, I will say this to Primer. He earned his spot back, but I will say he definitely showed his true colors about how wrestling was obviously more important than friendships. Because not only did he screw over me, who's the guy who gave him work for many a year and even helped run shows with him, gave him venues, which he ruined, and so many other things in life. He did that to Joseph Primer, Hobo Joe, who was literally John was one of the adamant people trying to make Hobo a Primer. I was totally against it. I wanted Hobo to be Hobo because that shit was over.
Right. The chosen bitch.
But the chosen one, the chosen Primer, Joseph Primer, that was all John pushing for that. And then he said what he said in the promo. Didn't understand it. I feel like it was way for John to get what John wanted at the time. I think he regretted it probably afterward. I'm sure he's happy about it. But we're past it now. It's old times. But anytime he brings up that pipe bomb promo, he's like, oh, it's so awesome. Like, you know, it's awesome. And you thought you were out on your little island over at MEW, and then I bought it. And you had to work for me to earn your spot back because you would have had nowhere else to wrestle.
Oh.
Yeah, who is the bitch now?
There's a fun question from Kevin.
Oh.
Out of the four of you, who's the worst person you wrestled?
Out of the four of you?
Well, I mean, like, I think you mean like
in the podcast.
I already know the answer is
Teddy.
Out of the four of you guys?
No. I think
because there's only three of you.
Yeah, well,
out of the four, out of all four of you, who the worst person? So he wants me to ask which is the shittiest one I've wrestled at all three of you.
I think he meant for each of us to pick the worst wrestler.
Pick a worst wrestler, I guess.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was probably me.
I'll go last because mine's the easiest.
So Eric, you're the guest.
So we're gonna go all around and do all that.
Yeah. What?
Well, did you guys have other questions? Because we're already at 11 o'clock, and I figure we should get some of those too.
Yeah,
not trying to ignore Kevin, but I've already answered 80 questions from Kevin. No offense, Kevin, I love you, but
yeah, instead of burying our friends, let's get.
I was gonna bury you.
I just realized, like, hey, we're hitting almost like if we hit the 3 hour mark, that'd be midnight. So
yeah,
we got an hour to talk about questions you had. I mean. Unless there's somebody else other than Kevin's. I've already answered. I thought it was be rude. I'm just trying to make sure I got everybody. Was there anything else other than Kevin's questions?
Tyler,
fuck everybody else's questions. I want my questions.
Fine, Cat, go ahead.
Okay, let's do Cat's questions. Sorry, guys. Cat has vetoed my decision-making processes because it's his podcast.
I'm the host of the show. It's my podcast. I want to know about the road. I want to know about the forming of the streak. And the decision of ending it with Ace, as well as that ending match, like we hinted the last show where the whole table spot got very scary for both of you.
Well, the streak happened by accident. The streak I actually started a bit with a loss. I lost to Zach Burton in the first match of one of the first matches of Pandemic of the Dojo, which is why we came back to it at the very last episode of Pandemic of the Dojo with the Deserted Dojo match. Because throughout the Pandemic of the Dojo, I started beating all the youngins here, all the students, because no one wanted to work the students. No one. I'll be honest with stuff like that, because everybody's trying to get looked at by Randy. They all want to have these big, competitive, awesome matches from Randy and hope to get booked for Limitless. While all the students who are there trying to help do these Pandemic of the Dojo tapings or the road tapings would get left at the wayside. And I'm like, I bet you're going to have better matches with these students than some of y'all having these competitive ass matches and no one gives a shit. And I proved it with the streak. And I remember it because AG gave me a compliment. He's like one of the best thing. One of the things I love watching about the Pandemic, the Dojo, and the road was my matches. Is what he said, and that made me feel good because this is right before he was going away, to the big time at the time. So he gave me props. But yeah, I would wrestle at all the students, and it would be like some of their first matches, right? Dylan Nix.
Yep. Yeah.
And so I'd go through all of them. And I'd get the best matches possible out of them, and they'd be entertaining as fuck. And I was the heel, so I'd beat the shit out of them, but also like try to pull some good spots out of them.
I remember,
yeah. I remember one spot in particular. It was as we were going on through the streak, and mind you, the streak kept going because again, I was wrestling all the people that no one wanted to really wrestle. No offense, but the Greenhorns during this time, during the Pandemic of the Dojo and the road. Everybody's looking to have those those knockdown, drag out fights.
Yeah.
Because that's what they think Randy wants to see. All the while, Randy just wants to be entertained and enjoy it as much as the next person. Because you got to remember, he's there. Back then, he was one of the video camera guys. Yeah. He's there recording every fucking match. Him and
Paul.
What?
Paul.
Yeah, him and Paul.
Yeah.
And give him props because they were hours of recording, hours and hours. And then you got to remember, hours afterwards, he had to, when he was editing this show, when Randy's editing, he had to do all the commentary too. So like, he had to watch his back twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times.
Yep.
Anyway, so my goal was to have the best matches with the least experienced people and make them show out over other matches. And that's why everybody remembers the streak, because that's what I did. And I literally said it to everybody else is there. Like people I'd never heard of in my life showing up to do these tapings because they begged Randy to let him see them and then never got a booking afterwards. She didn't get a booking because she didn't care to make your match matter. I wanted to make my matches matter. Even with students, I proved that I could do it. I was like, this is why I'm where I'm at, because I'm that guy. I could do it with anybody. And I proved it. And then I went on to wrestle more capable people. Like, I wrestled Rip and Mike Gamble and Love Doug and a bunch of other people. And I could have even better matches with people that were competitive. And this is me versus Dylan Nix. I want you, once we get to the finish, though, I want you to look at Amber's face.
All right.
That's what popped me huge with the video of that. Also, right there, that pop Rip. Rewind that. Watch Rip.
Yeah, it pops.
Watch Rip in the background, and if you could turn the volume up a smidge and listen to Rip, just listen to Rip back when this clothesline happens.
And 3 straight clobbering Eric Johnson. Good lord!
You see Rip in the background. That's all Rip.
I'll be honest, that was still one of my favorite bumps to ever take because it looked disgusting.
Fucking love Rip.
Jossie right there. Oh, Joss. I always forget Jossie had really short hair at one point.
Can he lock his hands?
Heavy Metal Thunder right here, I think.
Yeah, the heavy metal hit.
Before we go anymore, I just remember this. We're doing the road, and it was supposed to be Connor Hex and Dylan Nix getting into it. That was supposed to be the story, and it got mixed up. Well, I remember Nix putting in the aqua lock and doing the spot, whatever, and it kind of got fucked up. But at the end of it, when everything was all done, I just remember you, Eric, go, Jesus Christ, Nix. It's not a fucking shoot.
He was choking him the fuck out. He was choking him the fuck out. I'm like, yo, bro, he's choking me the fuck out. I'm like, yo, dude.
I remember him going like, okay, lighten up, and I was like, oh shit, I'm so sorry.
I'm like, dude, and I have to sell it. And like, what the fuck am I gonna do? But like, I'm like, dude, you know it's at work, right? Like, what the fuck? You know, Taz didn't really choke people out.
Wrestling's fake, right?
You know, Taz really didn't choke people out unless they pissed him off. But like, come on, man. Like, I wanted to go. You know, I can murder you, right? I was ready to just no sell it and murder him at one point. I was like, I'm just gonna kill him. Fuck it. But anyway, continue on.
I'm glad you didn't.
Johnson, though, too much strength and not a good enough grip from Dylan Nix. Johnson brings him around town into the heavy
Boom.
metal hit.
That's cool.
I think that was awesome. For like my third match.
I called it heavy metal, but he turned and called it the heavy metal hit.
That's gotta be it for
I used to be like, kind of like heavy metal is what I was going. Then I stopped doing it because of freaking Jericho.
Can we take notice at like some
Watch Amber's face.
Greetings from Asbury Park, right on top of his head. Thanks for the memories.
That was actually the dojo chat. That still of Amber's face is actually the dojo chat picture for a while.
background photo.
So
Yeah.
anyhow, to continue on with the street, like one of the memorable moments I remember, my shit was getting noticed so much that I was like, I want, like, just by the workers, not just the fans. I was like, I want to do something special, and that's why I pulled in the Ethan story, because no one was doing promos. No one. What?
Favorite part of the streak. That
Dude.
was so awesome.
And that was a shoot. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you want to, if you go to the Love, it's on YouTube. You have to look up me versus Love Dog, and it's the snippet at the end. Which I don't understand why it never got to be separate, but that's how we tied it in. We wanted to keep it secret because we wanted to work the boys. We worked everybody on that angle.
Oh,
So everybody remembers my promos. They're always
4
with
of us
Ethan.
knew. 4.
That's it. Just 4 people, maybe 5.
Okay.
I remember because we had to tell Pigpen, obviously. Randy knew. I knew. Ethan knew. And I think Dylan Nix
I knew.
was fine.
I just happened to be there when you guys were talking about it. That's the only reason I knew.
So we worked a spot. What it was is I was like, no one like doing promos. I never understood that. I'm like, you realize the reason why half the streak happened and why it was so good is I kept cutting promos about it. Because I kept wanting to face the champ, which at the time was AG. And then he leaves. And I wanted to be in the title picture, and I'm beating all these people, but no one's giving me a shot. And then they're like, oh, well, you're not beating the right people. Well, and then I start beating the right people, and I'm still not getting a shot. So, like, that was my story. And Ethan's, I'm kind of like bullying him because he's the only member of the staff that's giving me any responses because he's interviewing me every time. So I'm picking on him. I'm bullying him. I'm getting pissed. Well, right at the end of the Love Dug match, we're going to shoot this on the fly. And I pitched it to Randy. And Randy's like, I fucking love it. I was like, don't tell nobody. Don't tell anybody. I was like, the only people we got to tell are you and Pigpen because you got to run the cameras. Everybody else. And I was pissing off some of the boys with my shit. I can't remember the dude's name. Spazmaniac, something like that. He came up with Katie Arquette.
Yeah, they were dating at that time. I don't know if they still are.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember cutting a promo and it was like super serious, and he didn't know the story. This is like he's randomly coming up because he just wants Randy to see him and get work. And I think he pretty much is there because Katie Arquette's there, and I think Randy wanted to use Katie Arquette because of her name and all that shit, her name value and all that. Anyway, which is very little, but it was something. It was something different. Randy likes things that are different. I respected that idea, but he came up and he's like, oh. Can you not yell and swear so much in your promo? I'm like, I looked at him like, who the fuck are you? I looked at him like, who the fuck are you? Are you cutting a promo? You gonna cut any promos? I might. That was his, I might. I'm like, well, doesn't look like you got any camera time. It must mean you're not important. And I walked away.
Shit.
I didn't talk to him the entire time I was there after that. I shook his hand out of respect, and I was like, yeah, whatever. He's like, boy. I'm like, whatever. I was like, who the fuck are you? I love it when people come up from nowhere and they're hoping they think they're great. And then Randy sees them and then Randy's like, you're average.
Yep.
Randy knows talent. He sees plenty of it. He knows who's willing to bust their ass for it. And at the time I was busting my ass and it wasn't just about me.
Yeah.
I unwillingly told people a story without them knowing it with me and Ethan leading up to that match with me and Ethan. And I don't know if you have that on standby with me, the Love.
I have it on standby right now.
Okay. So watch the boys' reaction.
When you beat
Because
up,
literally, I told Ethan what I needed. He brought his wrestling segment for when he was training with me because he trained to be a wrestler, and I knew he could do these spots. These were simple shit. I told him, wear your wrestling shoes that day, wear it underneath your thing. So when you're taking the clothes off, people see the singlet underneath. And they're like, no way is he going to do this because I'm running my mouth. I'm calling people out. Go for it. Play it up. This is some awesome shit. This is natural reaction from people because they didn't know this match was going to happen.
Mortar's face. Oh my god, at the end of this.
Oh, come on now,
so
leave
good.
him alone.
Yeah, this is
Bringing Ethan Scott into the
number
ring.
The whole back second with Tyree it's Tyree over there. Mortar. You'll see Ben come. You see people come out from behind, out back, and come watch it because they're like, "What the fuck is going
It
on?"
was me. I was one of
This
them.
is just
Yeah.
humiliating.
Because it looked like we were shooting a match on the fly, and we did.
I was sitting over at the table with
What
Dave.
does he mean by
Dave's
that?
like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Watch." All I said was watch.
To win your love, I'm here to win matches. And to show I should be the uncrowned.
See, I'm
Johnny
Taco, but AG had left, and there's no champion right now. I don't want the fucking belt. That's the story. I've gotten defeated, and yet I don't get a chance.
Which one of you a-holes wants to be number 4? Wait a second. Wait a second.
Let's wait for the fans' reaction here. Wait for the boys.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ethan Scott has a singlet on.
Yeah, everybody's on their
Look at the
feet.
people that are like, "Oh, this is fucking great," because this is shot on the fly. Watch for the pop for the fast press.
You gotta be kidding me! That's press from Ethan Scott! The shot's
Oh,
man.
leaning into
Everyone's
Aaron
going
Johnson.
nuts.
Everybody's on their
The
feet.
bell is sounded! This match is official!
Watch for the pop from the kick out. Watch the people.
Only 2!
Awesome. Fucking crowd. Look at everybody standing.
Tyree.
Look, they can't believe what they're watching because this is all we worked everybody. It's not done yet. Keep going, bro. Keep going. It gets better. Wait for the fucking kick out on the stunner.
After weeks of
Sorry,
torment
I
for
clicked the
Aaron
wrong button. Hold on.
You're good.
sounded,
You're good.
this match
Keep it running. It's fine. Right where it's at, it's fine.
Good roll up.
only
See,
2!
everybody's standing and counting. Like, we worked everybody. This is great.
After weeks of torment
Worst
for
part, I
Aaron
knew what was going on,
Johnson.
and
Watch
I was
this.
still
Watch
into it.
this. Here comes a big pop.
Fuck you, Eric.
He nails a stunner!
Watch for the pop and the kick out.
Scott miracle!
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Look
thought
at Mortar
I
and Ben and Tyree in the back. They're like, what the?
Close,
Yeah, I
Ethan Scott!
I see the
thought
great
he
shirt
was
that's
Nearly
Mortar.
putting his name in the history books here on the road. He's been training in the Limitless Wrestling Dojo.
Watch for the pop here when I take his head
An
off.
opportunity like this.
Even Dad was just
Oh no!
The infamous fucking clothesline
just
right there.
rocked with that
Not one clothesline a match. One.
He hasn't moved a muscle.
Only one I throw.
that's all.
You know what?
That's all it took.
This is on your head. No, come on.
They're
now,
like,
it's
no,
over, Eric.
no. The
It's
reaction, this is pure
Bringing Ethan
natural
Scott
reaction
back to
because
his feet.
nobody knew what was happening.
Oh, come on now.
The only people that knew
Come
were
on
Randy,
now.
Pink Ben, Dylan, Nick,
Johnson
myself.
special
And obviously the
connected.
man I just hit with the Johnson special.
Placing his knee across the chest.
The fact that
And yeah, it's over.
Natural. See, they all wanted me to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's natural reaction. They also, I think, from a lot of it, and I'm not going to lie to you, I think a lot of them really did want me to lose. A lot of them hated the streak because it wasn't them doing it. I did it unintentionally. This all shit has happened by accident because I was getting the best out of people. And I was like, no one wants to cut promos? I'll do one and I'll tie everything in and make a story. And that's why you see all those, if you watch the road, weeks of build up with me and Ethan doing these promos, and no one's giving me a title shot. No one answers my response. Ethan's the only member of the staff there, so I take it out on him. I bully him, lead it up to that. Bam.
That's the only reason why I wanted him to beat you was that because like seeing those promos, I'm like, oh, I really hope.
Unintentional buildup, and you've watched it happen. So from a viewer's perspective, it's great. The boys, by the time that ended, that was like, I think the last match of that season that I had.
Yeah.
Before we got to the next one. By the next one, people were still looking forward to the matches. I was starting to have, like I said, more competitive matches with other guys that were more competitive. I wasn't wrestling as many students because I also told Randy, I was like, I got to start wrestling other guys. But the problem was, I think I generated so much heat from doing that angle that a lot of, like, I had people that were volunteering to work me, and I also had people that didn't want to work me. So
and I'm still.
I don't think Randy knows that, but I know that. So
I like I said, I'm still of this mindset that where I'm like, everyone's like, oh, we don't want to work this, but I'm like, I'll work. Come on, I don't care. Let's go.
Right.
I'd rather work a match, and especially if it's something I haven't worked before, work it, and you learn something from that. You may learn, hey, this works, this doesn't. Then be like, no, I don't want to work that guy.
So I'll explain how things changed. So we did all those tapings, and then of course COVID's all done, so there's no need for doing any more tapings. But we really didn't have any venues because we lost the Orono venue because, God rest his soul, the person who got us the venue passed away.
Yeah.
And he was a good man. He used to love the shows. He used to love the people watching people, even when we did the live shows. Loved him. So we lost that. I got us into Roncos, which I used to run IWE out of there when it was a timeout. I did a couple shows there.
Roncos was fun.
But Roncos is limited. And at the end of the day, they kept telling us they weren't making enough money. And that's because I told them, well, maybe if you stop pulling our bartender from the event room to downstairs, we wouldn't have that problem, because people would be looking for drinks and food and there's no one to order from because they wouldn't be upstairs. Well, that last show we did was also the last month they were open. And they were literally not going to let us have the show because they weren't making enough money. And they held us up for $300 to have that last Roncos show.
Not only did like we pay them to rent there, 90% of us went downstairs after the show.
You ordered food and food.
I'm sure they got enough money out of us.
Plus the 100 people that were there.
We were
at the end of COVID times, but there were still the restrictions. So they were making plenty of money. They were just money hungry, and they knew they were losing the venue.
Just from the boys,
I think that last
of us,
we were getting the venue for free.
People there.
The building was for free. The building was free until that last show that we did, which is the one that Alex Chamberlain was on because he was having to be up here when he was. And we got him. We just let him work while he was up here. But like, that show almost didn't happen because they weren't going to let it happen because they didn't want to. They wanted something for the room, and that's when I knew the writing was on the wall. And they're like, well, $300, we'll do it. Because they originally said $5. I said, that's not cost effective. I'm not doing it. I said, well, you take 2. And they said, give us 3. And Randy and I agreed because I helped get the shows happening. Randy said they wouldn't pay any more than that for that room. He also wanted the show just to happen because we already started advertising it.
Yeah.
So
like, just get it done.
So during the Roncos bit, obviously we kept the streak going. We had the angle with me and Ace, which was super hot fire. The matches were great. People loved it, and we had natural chemistry because I've known Ace forever, and I, helped him give him some of his breakup here in Maine because other than Super Lucha Explosiva, he wasn't doing anything. Well, we come to the Morgan Hill show, and I told Randy at that time it was make or break. Like, we got to do something with the streak. I either got to win and get a shot and go down to Yarmouth and like to where the big shows, because he was still doing Yarmouth shows even though they were closed tapings. He never stopped. So Yarmouth never stopped.
Nope.
And at this point, COVID's almost over, and we're trying to we're doing Morgan Hill as one of our big first pop offs after everything. All the restrictions are finally gone. And I was like, okay, well, and at that point, I've been losing weight. I was in great shape. I think I was peak Eric Johnson during the streak. Like the heel Eric Johnson was there right at that moment. Me versus Ace. Peak. I lost weight, with great shape, feeling good, moving the best. I could go, and I was trying to go down to Yarmouth. To be real with you, I wanted to work competitively against people, and I thought my matches with Ace and shit at Roncos should have proved that. And then I went nowhere because this is what I was told. I was talking to Randy about it at the time. Ace was going to win the belt. AG was gone. So a lot of because he was in WWE at the time.
He had that wrestler's curse.
Yeah, so all the guys that were built up were leaving, so they left Ace, and Ace was going to finally get the belt. So he figured he was going to use him ending the streak as the piggyback to him getting the belt, and I said that makes sense.
Storyline wise,
Yeah.
So that's what I was told. And I also was told that eventually I'd get a chance down in Yarmouth, which never happened. But anyway, this is where it gets frustrating. So I was told I'm putting over Ace. He's beating the streak. He's going to win the belt. Okay, that's why I'm finally losing. Ace shows up to this venue. First off, he's sick. He's getting over the flu and has no initiative. He feels like garbage. I understood it. So I tried pitching shit to him, tried to come up with stuff. He had a couple ideas. So we put everything together that we could, the best we could, with how he was feeling and what he did and didn't want to do and what I did want to do. And I'm down to whatever because I'm just trying to get this match to be the best match possible because I'm losing.
Yeah.
But Ace is sick. So it's him. If you watch most of the match, it's him beating the shit out of me mostly. And a couple big spots where he takes the big spots. Like, I hit him in the head with the tack bat and things. There's a couple big spots he takes, but if you watch a lot of it, it's me getting my ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
That's because he felt like shit. Okay, cool. We needed a door for the finish because we said, okay, well, this is the last man standing. So the best way to do this is if we both fall off the apron somehow through this fucking table or door on the floor. And then we Rocky Balboa the ending. Full on Apollo Creed, Rocky Balboa, both trying to pull yourselves up, and one pulls himself into the ring, one stays on and falls down on the floor, and that's how you call it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we can make this work. And I thought we could make it work. And then we saw what the fucking door was. And that's not one of those cheap bathroom doors or bedroom doors. It's one of those fucking doors you have on your back door of your house.
Was it not an interior door?
No. Go back and find the video. It's online. It's a big ass fucking door.
The video, yeah.
Go look at the door.
Like, as someone that has always bought interior doors when they do those spots,
It's
like,
a big ass door. Look at that thing.
I just thought it was just a regular interior.
No, supposedly Randy had this door at his house. It was a spare door. And he thought because me and Ace were big enough, we'd break it. Now, in theory, I think if we'd scorched the underside, we probably could have somehow. But
Right.
we didn't know this was the door for the table.
But it flipped.
Yeah, well, that's because we had to put it on chairs, so we didn't have anything else. And the chairs have grommets on the bottom, which allowed them to slide.
Yeah.
Also, it's one of those doors that it's an outdoor door, so it has a filament on it, like that shiny filament shit.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a full
So,
interior.
Ace is beating the shit out of me this entire match, and Dave, respectively. Pause it for a second. He's beating the both out of us. I'm giving you this perspective before we get to the door spot. See how it's an outdoor door. Look at you can see the 4 little spaces. See the little 4 squares?
That is definitely an exterior door.
Yeah.
So we're working with what we got. Ace had brought some shit, and I had brought some shit, and we're working with whatever we could find at the dojo. That's why it's last man standing. We put together, I thought, the best considering he's getting over the flu. He still kind of has it. He feels like shit. That's why I said I took a brunt of the abuse. If you watch the match back, I got my ass handed to me. And I'll give it to Ace. He took some big spots for me to make me look good too.
This could look like an interior door, though, from certain perspectives, but I totally understand like what you're saying.
Now you're seeing it. You're like, oh yeah, that's definitely not a normal interior door.
Because like you go look at any of my matches that I've used doors.
The door's flat.
Exactly the same. But like I understand.
Yeah, the doors are like an interior bathroom door is completely flat, other than the knob hole.
Right.
This is a thick exterior door with the filament on it.
Right.
Like shiny stuff. Anyway, so we're at this point, and we thought, okay, maybe we could break it because we're both big. And I told him like, well, how are we gonna do this? We're gonna both fall through it. And he's like, no. He's like, let me fucking figure something out. Because he originally thought maybe he could pounce me through it, but how is he gonna both of us gonna land on it? I said, just fucking spear me through it then. And he goes, fuck it. He's like, I'll come through the ropes, I'll spear you, we'll both go through it. And I said, all right. Which means I'm gonna take the brunt of it because I'm landing back first. Well, the problem is, as I said, the chairs have these little rubber grommets on them because it keeps them from scuffing the floor, which makes sense. And because the filament on the door, because it's like that shiny slidey shit, the door slides off with us going through it. So we hit the floor. On top of me hitting the floor, before you hit play, here's the part we're going to say. Before we hit the floor, watch this door. It hits me in the head.
Here.
Continue. Now watch carefully.
Yeah.
And then you could slow-mo it afterwards.
I was gonna say I'll slow-mo it afterwards.
What's he doing?
And it also hits a fan.
I'm standing literally right on the top end of that right there, recording it, and I was like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah, you don't see me in the background freaking out.
Yeah, and then they also show you the other angle too, I believe. That's where you want to see is the other angle if they show
You
it.
see me kneeling next to Dennis, like,
Yeah, I'm right over in the right-hand corner.
I am
freaking out.
concussed at this point. As I'm talking to him, I'm telling him, like, dude, my head's throbbing. I think I have a concussion. Watch my head. Bang.
Collateral damage.
Bang.
Oh my gosh.
Door pops me in the back of my head.
the door hits Alicia's husband too, which is funny.
Yeah, he was fine though. As I remember,
Yeah,
Paul
he was
Mann
fine.
watch over. Paul Mann, if you rewind, does you have a slow mo on that somehow?
Yeah. What angle? The first one?
The one where I'm falling and like right. Keep it going. Just let it play.
This one right here.
Not this one. The other one. The other angle. The fork angle.
Okay.
Keep going. It's coming here in a minute when they show the replay. Slow it.
This one?
Yep.
Okay.
Go into Big Cat. Go
Yeah,
to
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, play back. Yeah, go like 25.
I'm gonna mute it because
Yeah, definitely mute it.
I'm going down.
Oof.
Bam.
Oh, you can
Back
see
of the
the
head.
door ripple.
Yeah.
You see that?
Oh
The
shit!
door
Go
ripples
back real
when it
quick,
hits
go
you in the
back.
head.
Yeah. It hits me in that head hard. Hard.
Like watch the edge of the door. It ripples when it hits you.
Boom, boom.
Bam.
Boom.
See?
The door warp
Jeez.
for a moment, and then it comes back when all the weight doesn't go into it.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Keep playing it slow mo. It shows another angle. You'll get a better view. Watch. He hits me. We start to go. His leg goes first. That's a problem.
He landed on the floor
Bam.
first.
Rocks my shit.
See if I can find.
And at that point, I'm laying on him. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking concussed. That door just slammed in my fucking head. And you'll see me hold it. You can play it at full speed now. Watch it. Watch me. I'm holding my head the entire fucking time. I'm like, we're done. I literally just looked at him like, we're fucking done. I'm heated at this point.
Over 600 pounds. Well over
I'm
600
fucking
pounds.
heated. I'm laying there like that should not happen. And I remember looking up at the fan, which is Alicia's husband, and I'm like, "You good?" He's like, "Yeah." I had Paul Mann was there. I'm like, check on him. He got hit with the door. Ace, you see Ace was checking too to make sure that he was looking up. Like, oh, like we hit that fucking fan with the door.
Might be facing a double count. I don't think there's anything left in the tank, Johnny Torres.
I'm concussed, pissed off, and annoyed at this point. I told Ace, like, we're done, so let's get to the finish and get the fuck out of here. When I was laying on him. And nobody knew that was the finish because the door didn't break. But he's up and I'm not. So at least people reacted. So I'll tell you the next thing that I don't know if anybody who knows. Bang! Look at the force of that thing hit me in the head.
Like it's
What?
wild
Dude,
how
Dude,
crazy
I'm
that
concussed
is.
just watching that.
Yeah.
Right.
I was freaking
Yeah.
out. I was
So
literally, I didn't see the door hit you. I thought the door slid and you guys went straight floor. That's what I saw. I thought the door kicked out and you guys smashed head first into the
It
door
looked
into
like
the
it
floor.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not even the worst part about it. So after the match was over, so we were the main event. At this point, me and Ace's shit was main event material all through that Roncos to this. And this is the cusp of everything changing back to normal. And Ace is supposed to get his big payoff because he's going to face for the title. Cool. What about me? Right? What happens to me now?
Right.
Well, after the show, I'm downstairs. I'm fucking concussed. I'm in pain. I'm hurting. Randy comes in. I ask him, how do you feel about the matchup? He said he thought Ace beat the shit out of me too much. which I understood that because he's not lying. He did, but it's because he's sick and he has the flu. So I'm trying to cover him so he doesn't have to do a lot. Also, the table spot sucked, and I said, well, if you hadn't gotten us an outdoor table and we had an indoor table, I would have bought one. I would have bought one for $60.
I was going to say,
I appreciate him bringing the one that he had.
they were
It was
still
free.
$60. They're now like $70, $80 now.
Of course, it's gone up now, but back then they were like $60.
Right. That's why I buy Marketplace now.
So, and I said, and he's also didn't like the type of finish, and I said, well, if we'd gone through the table, it would have been a hot pop because we're both laying on the table, and then one of us lives and one of us doesn't. You know what I mean? The spot would have got paid off the right way because the table didn't break and because a fan almost got taken out by a table.
Right.
And I get it. He was upset about that too. And I'm like, well, dude, that table, because it's an outdoor table and it's heavy as fuck, blasted me in the head and I have a concussion right now, guaranteed. So I was already seeing fucking stars. So I was irritated. And he was just the word he uses, he was disappointed at it. That's what got me. He said he was disappointed in the match. And I said, so in my brain, I'm concussed. I'm tired. Just got my ass beat all match covering Ace, the guy they're supposed to be making as champion. I fell through a fucking door. It's an outdoor hard door that's supposed to fucking stand. Some of those doors stand up to fucking battering rams from police fucking cops and shit.
I mean, here in Maine, they're intended to like stand up to weather, and our weather is insane.
Correct.
So yes.
And now I have a concussion. I have to go to the hospital the next day, if not that night, which I went 2 days later because I wanted to make sure I was coherent enough to drive because no one else was going to drive me. And he says he's disappointed. I get no phone calls from Randy during that time. I'm not teaching at the dojo. I left wrestling for a giant space of time, if y'all remember. For a giant space of time, I left wrestling.
Yeah, I remember not seeing you for a while.
I was pissed off, irritated, and felt like I put a fuck ton of effort in and got nothing. Because I just put over Ace, who's going on to win the title. I literally took all my steam and gave it to somebody else, and I got nothing out of it. And every time I I pulled matches out of people that probably shouldn't be pulling matches out of, which is a lot of greenhorns. I pulled the best matches out of them possible that were more over than the fucking competitive guys that he books on a regular basis. Got nothing. Was teaching at the dojo for free. And I stepped completely away at that point when he told me he was disappointed. I wanted to go, you gonna tell that to your soon-to-be champ that has the flu that when I covered him and did everything else I had to do? But I didn't. I kept my mouth shut. I had a concussion and didn't want to say anything that would upset him because I'm not mad at him. I'm disappointed in him for letting that slide. Because here's the worst part about it. I put over Ace. Guess who got released from WWE and came back and won the title instead of Ace? AG.
Yep.
Which led to Ace, I think, having an issue with Randy and leaving for a minute. Because he told Ace he was next in line. Because Ace was under the impression he was beating the streak and going on to win the belt. I remember because we had the conversation in the basement that day of that match. That's why he was winning. Because he was even wondering what's going to happen to me next because I had such momentum. But literally, I put all my momentum on Ace, and Ace didn't get the belt. AG got released, came back, won the belt, which is smart business.
Yeah.
Because no one saw that coming, and that was hot fire. But I got, in my brain, I'm disappointed in how I was treated. I was in the best shape, losing a ton of weight. My matches were hot fire. I was fucking trending with shit. I had never done podcasts before. I was doing podcasts with other people. I had a bunch of shit going for me. And I thought we should be riding this fire. And nope. And instead I got a concussion and told my match was disappointing when I literally did everything I could to carry it. That's what made me hate wrestling and want to leave it. Because that's when I realized at that point in time, I was never going to wrestle in Yarmouth. I was never going to be featured big anywhere on a Limitless show. After that, when I lost to Ace, I lost essentially any leverage to put me in any big spots.
Yeah. Shit.
Do you feel
Tell me
like
if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Do you feel like if the table spot would have gone right, that it would have been different?
Yeah, because Ace would have pulled himself out of the wreckage and then declared the winner. Like, if I would have laid there, you would have seen me moving toward the ring and then not get up. But Ace pulls himself up after going through the table. It's a big hero moment.
Right.
Spearing me through a fucking table on the floor. Big hero badass moment. And because the table did not break in the way it went, I'm pretty sure if that had been the finish and it went right, we would have a different conversation. Because the reaction would have been the payoff.
Yeah.
But I can't always make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Yeah, you can only do so much with what you're given.
Yeah. So, and it is what it is. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I'll never, I've already come to terms with not like, there's a glass ceiling and everywhere you go.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, no matter what you do, like there's a glass ceiling. No matter how much you want something, unless someone gives you a chance. So my idea was I was in the best shape of my life. I was going to make a fucking run for it with the streak and everything going on. And I was hot fire. I was going to make a run for that shit. Wrestling wise, like maybe this is my chance to make a run for it again. Because I was getting a lot of attention, getting a lot of bookings. Everything was great. And then that moment happened and it was like a complete fucking blackout. As soon as I lost. So that's why I stepped away from wrestling. And then I hear everybody say, "Oh, we miss you." And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like, I feel like I was wronged and I never got anything out of it. And no one ever reached out to ask me. So, including Randy.
Wow. Yeah, I never knew that part at all.
Yep, for months. I didn't hear nothing from him. Didn't hear anything from anybody. I needed a promoter. After I lost, it was a total blackout.
Yeah, I was basically gone as well, just because of family stuff and other things going on in my life. So, like when I came back, you were already back. So it's like, oh hey, like I didn't even know.
Yeah, I was good. I was gone for like 6 to 8 months.
Yeah,
and which is weird because I went from being on every fucking show, being booked everywhere, and being like a top guy on every fucking card to nothing, all in a hot minute. As soon as I lost, it was like total blackout. Which is sad because I thought I was valued more of that. Now it's the exact opposite. Now I can't stop getting bookings. Everybody books me. Even got promoters begging me to do my old gimmicks and paying me extra money. Bell to bell promotions. Anyway.
Well, I was just literally just gonna say that. Say on that sad note, you did get an opportunity for the Limitless, not Limitless, Let's Wrestle Championship, and won that night. Do you want to explain like the situation?
I got two shots. The first one I lost.
Right, the first
BRG,
one you lost.
BRG beat me, but it's because of Mac Daniels by accident.
Right.
Mac Daniels was trying to hit BRG with a belt, hit me. BRG had a moment to decide whether he was going to get caught with the belt and maybe get disqualified or pin me and chuck the belt out of the ring. And he chose to pin me. So that was the first match. So I do the story with Mac to get my revenge, come back to BRG. So we had 3 stories going on because obviously BRG and Mac have history because of the group. Because they were in a group with Alba and all that stuff. And then me and Mac had a story going too. Because he's the big young new guy who was champion, and I'm the old guy that he avoided during everything, including the streak. Anyway. And due to my quad tear, I just came back from my quad tear. So it was a big comeback story.
Right.
So anyway, lose the BRG, do the story with Mac, put Mac, which I muscle one of Mac's last matches. He hasn't wrestled since then.
I know he's doing cross country now, I think.
Yeah.
Looking at his Instagram.
Yeah, he the lumberjack match was like his last match.
Yeah.
Which was a great match. That match was fire.
Yeah.
So and then that leads me back to BRG, getting my rematch. And the match happens. We do the spot where I blow out my knee. I, keep going, even though Greenleaf's doesn't want to let me keep going, but I keep going.
Question about that though: Did you might have been like kayfabe me, but I could have sworn you actually said you actually did pop out your knee in that match.
That was me working the boys again.
Yeah, you're working.
Me, Randy. Only people that knew were me, Randy, BRG, Greenleaf, and my son. So my son got involved later because he was in the audience too. So got him involved. So
I believed you.
So yeah, everybody did. Everybody thought I blew out my knee, which is possible because I just came back from a quad tear. So it looked like I blew out my leg. And I popped it back in and kept going. And I gutted it out. And right when BRG's feeling sympathetic, I was outsmarted him and I got the pin. And he gets mad. And he tries to take it out on me. And my son tries to get in between us. And he tries to take it out on my son, which led to the unexpected story of Ethan getting involved, manning up, and saying, "You don't touch a fucking kid. That's fucked up shit." Like he was being a man. Like that was cool. Unexpectedly getting over. People did not like. I thought the spot where BRG going after my son, who was like a teenager, but it got super heat. It was more so that he went after Ethan was standing up and being a man and standing up for the kid and be like, "You don't touch a kid. You don't do that. That's messed up." And because he did that, BRG super kicked him, and everything went on Ethan. I said, "Well, let's take advantage of this situation. If Ethan's going to get the heat, let's go. If he's going to get the attention, let's run with it." And that's why we're in with the Ethan angle, which led to me getting my title. Me eventually having the title rematch in the cage. We were supposed to have it in Brewer, so I'm champion right now. But BRG steals the belt because I'm hurt and all that shit, and all the shit with Ethan. And eventually I get the belt back one time. Like, I haven't lost it. I'm still a champ. I'm just not carrying it. BRG's carrying it around. BRG still went around to other shows and defended the title as champion, and I was the champion at the time.
Right. And I don't really like that type of the story because it kind of gets overlooked of you being the actual champion.
Yeah, you're not the only one, but I understood it as a heel standpoint.
Right.
I also understood. I felt like I'm good enough to be the champion, but we're not going to give you the belt because we don't want to acknowledge it. That's what it felt like. So I was the champion, but I wasn't. So I was the champion. I beat him. He takes the belt, obviously, after super kicking Ethan, and he carries it essentially the entire time. I think one show I get it back for like one match to defend it, and then he steals it again. And then we were supposed to lead up to the big blow-off, which was me and BRG in the cage in Brewer. Well, we all know what happened to the Brewer venue. It closed.
Right.
So we happened to close the month. We're doing the payoff with Ethan. Ethan gets to get his comeuppance, but obviously he loses the match for us because he's not a wrestler. He's partly trained wrestler / announcer. He's not a full competitor, but he got his cool hot moment. And I love doing that for him too, because it came full circle. I was his bully, and then I was a teacher first, then a bully to him, and then I brought him back into the game and gave him his spot. And of course, him being a man and standing up for my kid, I thought was a cool story too. But anyway, he loses. We lead into the next month where we have to do the match in Fairfield because we have no Brewer venue, and Herman wasn't available. Only thing that was available was Fairfield. It's got to be big enough to fit a cage. So Fairfield, we knew could fit a cage because I've done shows before there with a cage. So that was our option. And we were worried that fans wouldn't travel for that.
I'm awake.
We were afraid that fans weren't going to travel for the cage match with me and BRG. We're like, really? we got to do this payoff because Randy wanted to get this payoff. And it was also, if you remember, Levi Spade's last show in Maine.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that was the same show. I forgot about that.
That was why he really wanted to get this payoff, because otherwise all that buildup, everything, all the whole story we've done is for nothing. I also think secretly it was because he wanted to put the belt back on Brett. Legitimately, on paper, even though he already had the belt and had been defending it in other countries and other shit. I felt like I think I probably had maybe like 20 minutes altogether where I got to hold the actual belt. Like I said, that one match and all that shit. Anyway, so you get to the show in Fairfield where it's the cage. This is actually Brett's first ever cage match, which I felt honored to because he came up to me and specifically said, "Hey, just want to let you know this is my first ever cage match out of all the things I've done in wrestling, and I'm happy it's with you because I feel safe with you and I know you know what you're doing."
That's cool.
That felt really cool. So, and we were both very worried that people weren't going to travel or people were going to leave because they literally saw a whole show of wrestling before they had an intermission.
Yeah.
And then the intermission, the fucking cage goes up.
Yeah, let's not talk about the setup of the cage. Jeez.
So we thought everybody would leave during the setup of the cage because they literally just saw 6 or 7 freaking matches.
Yeah.
Because it was like WrestleMania. I didn't understand it. So I'm thinking to myself, people are coming to see this cage match. And we have a WrestleMania sized roster of matches before it. And it's not like it's 4 or 5 matches. It's like 6 matches or so.
I can tell you right now.
It was a lot. I just remember it was a lot. And me and BRG were like heated because we're like, watch. We're going to watch all the cage matches. They're going to fucking leave. But you know what?
The amount of time that it took to put the cage up was more than double the amount of time that your entire match was.
Exactly.
Like
it was like over 20 minutes.
That cage doesn't go up easy.
And Larry was so adamant that, we're gonna have this cage up in X amount of time.
He said 20 minutes, and I said 30.
Way longer than that.
I said 30. He said 20.
As somebody that was literally there to help set up.
It was close. It was closer to mine than his. He said 20 and I said 30. And he said, "No, we're going to get it up in 20 minutes." I said 30 because you have to tighten it. The part sliding the pieces on is not the hard part. The part is tightening every fucking spot so it doesn't fall apart.
There was a time
I
when
knew.
we're all looking up and we're like,
"Huh?
Hey, time's ticking away." Like we're like looking up at Larry as he's like tightening shit away, and we're like, "Okay, we're wasting too much time." Like.
It's
guys did
so,
the match and we're like,
and that's the thing because if they had let's say they had like 4 matches, maybe 5, and then intermission, it'd been fine. But there was like 7 matches, 6 or 7 matches, and then intermission.
Oh, there was a pre-show. Yeah, so there was a pre-show
Mm-hmm.
and then 6 matches.
7 matches, as I said.
Yeah, wasn't the
Then
pre-show
an intermission. Then an intermission. So they literally saw an entire show before the cage match went on.
Yeah.
Yep.
And me and Brett were just sweating it. We're like, dude, people are gonna fucking leave. We're about to go kill ourselves in this cage, and everybody's gonna fucking leave. I would like to think, I think like 10% of the crowd left. Not many people left, which I was thankful for. I was so thankful for.
Yeah, it was a good match too. It was really
yeah,
good.
it was really good. We worked that cage, but the cage is limited because it's old and there's only. And then I'm a big dude. I don't want to break it and then have to pay for fucking Larry's cage and have him be pissed off
I
at
don't
me.
know how much that fucking cost.
Yeah, so
this is also Larry we're talking about.
it was like $1,000 probably.
So
You probably charged
we
$3.
had a great match, and then obviously the finish was Brett was going over, which I had a feeling was going to happen. I thought the payoff should have been I was going over, and then the belt finally
interference?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I thought the story would have been better if I would have went over and finally get my payoff because I never got to really have the belt. But they wanted Brett over because he had plans for Brett, and I said, "Okay, cool, no problem." And Brett's also an MLW guy, so he's got
And how did
some
that
name clout. Well, and then so I had pitched because originally Randy wasn't coming back to Fairfield. When he pitched that Brett was going over, we also had that little side story where Jason was like once with Brett and then he was against Brett, and now he was like in the middle. And I said, "This is your chance to build a big baby face because Maverick's from Fairfield. It's his hometown. Like, why not? Why don't you have him come make the save for me? So if you're not going to put me over, you got to build up another baby face to face Brett." Little did I know he already had plans for Brett after that, which is obviously unifying the belts and all that shit. But I said, this is what you should do. You can make money off this hometown kid coming out, standing up for the old guy that used to be friends with his dad. One of the guys that helped train him. Like, there's a good story here.
The best match of Jason's career. That was the best match, BRG match.
And it paid off. Jason came out. He did the promo. I even put him over on the mic. I put him over. We pushed him to the moon, and he drew everybody back for that show. Everybody that was at the cage match show, same crowd came back for Jason versus Brett. And the match was fire.
It was. It was.
And I'm happy we were able to do that, because after that, the title was thrown to be gone because he unified it with the Limitless belt. Channing was going back to that group again. Channing versus Brett. And then they got rid of the belt.
So it is a unified. There's no more Let's Wrestle championship. It's just a Limitless now.
Pretty sure. Have you seen it since?
No, that was my question. Like that, I even asked this in the group chat. Like, don't you think it's weird that Channing isn't walking out with the Let's belt?
It's gone.
He'd be walking out
with the tag belts. The tag belts are gone too. We know that last Milford show they were unified
with that MEW. So is the MEW title becoming kind of the Let's title? Is that what's going on here?
They're gone because that's all another. There's no whole another story with that.
Probably can't talk about that one.
You can. It's not going to hurt nothing. It's a simple story.
Okay, then go for it. If you, I know it's almost midnight, so this is up to you if you want to keep going.
I'll finish the story, but then we probably should call it after that. But Murdoch, as you know, who was part of the syndicate, owned the tag belts. They never belonged to Randy or Let's Wrestle. So these tag belts that they've been using for years, the ones that me and Brandino have, and then were used all the way up until the last Milford show, were owned by Murdoch.
Yeah.
So when they were getting cleaned up, re-leathered, repainted, that's all on Murdoch's bill. No one bought them off him, which I felt terrible for him for, because he's not involved. He doesn't really do anything wrestling related anymore. He wanted to sell them to Randy, and Randy never bought them. And so Randy put it out there. Maybe people could buy them. And Turner was one of the people who was interested. And Turner would hit him up, and they tried to work something out, but Turner never paid him. And Turner did at one point have the money. He doesn't now, but he did back then. He did have it. So I don't know exactly what happened there. Maybe it's a miscommunicado with that. Like somebody didn't talk to somebody at the right time. And eventually I hit up Murdoch, and I was like, Murdoch, are you trying to sell your tag belts? Because this is me and Ben are the champs at the moment. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, can you? And so I'm like, what do you want to sell them for? And then we started talking, and I said, look, we're voice texting back and forth at this time, because at this point it's like full-fledged conversation for about a half an hour, voice texting back and forth. And essentially he told me, like, hey, I let Randy use them. He was going to buy them. He never did. I kept paying to have them cleaned up, re-leathered and fixed and all this. And eventually he wanted to sell them online in a couple of groups he's in, but he wanted them back. But then Turner was interested, and then Turner never got on the same page for the money wise. So now he wants them back so he can sell them. And I said, well, me and Ben are the chance right now. And I feel like, I don't mind buying them off you so that we can keep them around and using them, because I feel bad to the situation. And I offered him. Yeah. I offered him $400, but he wanted his original money back for them because he's been taking care of them this entire time. Little did I know.
To be fair, the last guy that repainted them and redid everything on them was me.
Was you? Yes, because that was when Turner was going to buy them but never bought them.
Yeah.
So the entire time you had them, Turner did not pay for them.
Oh,
they were also getting used for that as well.
Yeah.
So now you can see the frustration from Murdoch's standpoint.
Oh, no. I get it.
No,
so I, being the good brother, paid him what he asked. Murdoch told me his price. He wouldn't budge on it. I paid him what he wanted. That at the end of that conversation, he had his PayPal had all the money in it, and he was very happy. And he reached out to Randy, told him they're mine. Very next day that Randy was at the dojo, I went and picked the belts up, and was not happy with the condition they were in, because there was not in belt bags, and they probably went from someone's trunk to someone's trunk to someone's trunk to someone's trunk.
Yep.
So I put them in belt bags. They're currently in my living room. So I agreed to finish the story with the Vets Club versus the Classic Corps.
Yeah.
And then after that, just get rid of the belts because they're mine, because they're going to be, mine. We're not. So that's why we did a title unification. And they're no longer in assistance.
Do they need to be redone again? I still have all the colors.
They're in the belt bag right now. We'll deal with that later.
All right.
Well, I'm glad that at least you have them, so that you have
Well, I also want to buy them because this was before. Like, we all know that Brandino's in great condition now and had his kidney transplant and is doing great. Well, back
Right.
then, when I bought them many moons ago, he hadn't had his transplant yet. So my thought was, I'll buy them for sentimental value because as the stigma, we were the first Let's Wrestle Tag Champs.
Yeah.
And the longest rating Let's Wrestle Tag Champs. So I thought maybe I could put them in a shadow box or something, some type of trophy case, and hang them on my wall just in case something happened to him. It's something with our cards. You know, I'll put the cards in there and make it a nice like shadow piece, like I have for Mark Godfrey on my wall, just in case something happened to him. I'd have stuff like that, you know, to remember him by. And
these results are intact.
Yeah, so yeah, that's your own joke. You put that on yourself, sir.
I had to.
So that's why I bought them. But then Turner was going to turn around. He was after I let the unification match ended. I asked Turner if he wanted to buy them. He does, but he can't afford it. Yeah. At the time, he couldn't. Now he can, but I don't want to sell them.
He says he's going to rebrand all his belts anyway. So
yeah, he got a new thing off of Amazon. The belt looks great.
Yeah, I saw
all the belts that way because they're like engraved into the plating. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, good. He wants to have them all customized. Yeah. Me, I want to have the belt as a sentimental piece. So I'm going to keep it and I might use it. You never know. Ring Wars might get tag belts. You never know. Speaking of which, you know how I save you guys special things for your podcast?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
We are in the burning process of the discs, but you get the sneak peek of the Ring Wars 2 DVD case.
Ooh.
Very cool.
Definitely to buy myself one of those.
Yeah.
Look at that, how shiny and pretty it is.
I saw the first one.
And everyone gets a little free insert for Ring Wars 3.
Hey.
They will be ready by Ring Wars 3, so anybody who wants to buy a copy can buy them then.
I will buy myself a copy.
So they'll be $20 away. $20 away.
I have the first Ring Wars, but I don't have a DVD player at my house.
Here it is. It's called the tape on the edge here. The Tape Trader series. I don't know if you can see it from there. Tape Trader series.
JP, you have a PlayStation, correct?
No, I have an Xbox that's
right there.
Series S.
If you look on there, it says the Tape Trader series. That's what we call the series when we put the DVDs out.
Cool.
And there's only a limited quantity. I make 50 copies. So once they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, I got to get myself one.
Once they're gone, they're gone. That's it. So we call it the Tape Trader series. So if you don't buy them from me, once they're gone, the only way to get them is from what? Tape trading.
Yeah.
So we're bringing that something back. And then, like I said, it comes with a free insert inside for the Ring Wars 3. And there'll be 2 disc sets, which will have the disc things on them, the disc things telling you which disc is what and all that. But those should be done by Ring Wars 3. I just got the master copies done. I checked one. They're all set. So the master copies will start burning Monday or Tuesday, and I'll have them ready for Ring Wars 3. Like I said, there's only 50 copies. Then what I also do, though, there are secret copies that you can only get from me. I do straight disc copies. There's 5 straight disc copies with my signature on them and what they are. And those are $10 a whack. There's only 5 in existence. You have to catch me at the right time to get those. So,
no kidding.
The rest of them are the complete sets. Those are $20 a whack. But those will be done by Ring Wars 3. You can be able to get them then, which is obviously in Fairfield.
So make sure you get them.
Yeah.
Do
So
the thing.
before we end this really quickly. You want to discuss a little bit about Ring Wars 3? I know we did a little bit, but do you got any more you want to discuss about it?
Yeah, I would like to discuss that.
Talent announcements that you want to do?
JP, let him talk.
No, I don't. Things get announced, as I said. But remember the birdshot conversation? That's how things get announced. Okay. So, and also, I believe all 3 of you are coming, correct?
Things
Yes.
change. Yes, I'll be there.
Okay. So I know Andy said he'd help me out, and I know Big Cassidy here to help me out, and I said you're coming as well. So
I might as well come visit.
Good, perfect. As you saw today, we announced a promo from Alan Prophet. This is the return match from his Achilles issue. He's wrestling Chris Rex. He put a promo out. I don't know if you guys want to drop that in here or not, but that is a thing that dropped today. Mind you, there is a little wind because he did it at the Fairfield Community Center.
Maine weather is a fucking
It says it right on there. It says, "Man, it's quite wild. Wait, one time it's hot as hell outside and nice, and you're wearing a t-shirt. Next thing you know, it's a fucking snowstorm."
Literally.
Yep.
Literally, that's happened this week.
Right.
So dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, big guy. Okay.
See that? That's the Fairfield Community Center right there. On March 14th, there's this event called Ring Wars 3. Now, Maine Premier Wrestling phoned up your savior here, Alan Prophet. Alan, you feel
The wind.
better?
Oh my god.
Yeah, guys, I'm feeling better. I'm all healed up. Killian is feeling great. Cool. Well, can you go beat up on this guy, Chris Rex, representing Maine Event Wrestling? Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I feel great. Chris Rex, the last 2 times at Ring Wars has come up short. Really great showings. It's just unfortunate he's coming against your savior, Alan Prophet, in his hometown, in his building. See you guys there.
So, did Kevin Dunn direct this?
Hold on.
Yeah, what was
So,
the
I
scene
just,
back and forth?
Why you gotta hurt my
I
boy?
just sent. I don't know if it's loaded yet. That's the second promo he sent me. The first one I have to veto because it was. This is also a tidbits I say for you guys. You're welcome.
All I hear.
So I sent it to Big Cat. It should be loading right now. Let me know if it loads, Big Cat. I sent it to you in Messenger. I'm sending you the first. You sound so enthused, sir. And it was still about long. It hit all the bullet points, but I was like, "Can you do one like you're excited to wrestle in your hometown?" Thanks. So
He's like, "Hey,
I'm sending it to you.
They called me up. I
I'm
said,
double. Did it send to you? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh god.
So this is
I
the
have
other one.
this. I have no idea.
Oh, hold on, no audio. Hold on.
"Hey, what are you doing? It's my gimmick. I'm the guy at the hat."
No, listen.
Ring Wars 3. Those trace 3. MPW, Maine Premier Wrestling, has called upon the services of your savior, me, Alan Prophet. March 14th, Fairfield, Maine, the community center of which I built. Chris Rex. I've watched your last 2 outings of Ring Wars. You've always come up.
I love that O'Reilly's having a hard time watching this.
Always an impressive showing.
It's like he just woke up and he's like, "Okay, time to do
It's
this
going to be the
promo."
exact same thing this time.
Wow.
MP Dub getting a dub. Your savior, dub call. Sorry, Chris. Better luck next time.
Literally, like he just woke
So I
up.
will say the second promo, that the one that you saw where he's at the community center, much better, correct?
Much better besides the win.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why it says in the writing of that. I even said, "P.S. We apologize for the win. The Maine weather is rather, quirky."
I love the kid to death. I grew up with the kid like majority of my entire life. Like Jesus Christ, I'm glad he redid the promo.
No, that's because I asked him to. I was like, "You want me to be honest?" He's like, "No worries." He didn't even pause. He goes, "No worries, I'll redo it." I'm like, "Yeah, maybe a little more enthusiasm that you're wrestling in your hometown and you're excited and you're gonna have family and friends there to watch you wrestle and represent the company that backed you for all this entire time, former champion, all that good stuff."
But I'm
He
glad
goes,
that you did.
fair that he understood, and then he did well. He did good. The remake was great.
I'm glad that he took your advice because he is a very I'll be straight shoot.
Takes direction great. He took direction very well.
I will be straight shoot with him. He is a person that does not take criticism very lightly. So if he took your criticism, obviously your advice, and made it better,
I'm intrigued to see how this goes.
a lot that should really mean something because the way that he has been in his entire life when it comes to wrestling, it's been just I'm going to do my own thing, and I think it's great no matter what.
Right. So
when the fact that he did it twice, that's great. I'm really glad.
well. Also, I know he has a lot of respect for me, especially from our last match that we had at one of your shows there.
The last time MPW, yeah.
Yeah. I know he has a lot of respect for me, so I'm happy that he actually listens and takes my constructive criticism. And he got it on right to the point too. If it wasn't for the wind, it was a pretty perfect promo for what I needed.
Right.
But to the graphic here, we got representing the Kill City Cup, also sponsored by the Kill City Cup, the competition facing the Strong Brothers. I'm intrigued to see how this fucking goes. I think it's going to be one of those, secret match like show stealers of the night. I think it could be.
Speaking of promos, Haz is going to throw a good one up there sooner or later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, problem was like this. I even told this to the Kill City Cup sponsor. I said, "Hey, we would have announced this sooner, but a certain Mark Moment had not gotten promo pictures done and didn't have anything, and had to go to the dojo to get them done by Randy."
Is that a Rangers?
And then I wait for the
promotional poster graphic maker.
And then I had to have. Randy didn't even send them to me. Moment did via email, which is great. He didn't send them to me by Facebook, so that the quality was great. So once I got them for Moment, then I had to send them to also hashtag Chris Rex for amazing graphic work. I then had to send them to Chris Rex so they could finally make these and get them back to me. So that's why it took so long to get them. And the Kill City Cup goes, all good, bro. That sounds legit. Like that's totally a Moment thing. Like that's a Moment thing. So he obviously still has his legit pictures. He's not fucking around. So anyway, this match I'm looking forward to. There's like I said, then there, as you saw in the promo, there's Chris Rex and Alan Prophet. You got me here in the Chris Rex and Alan Prophet. I love it. That which is I'll give it to Chris
a much better photo.
Chris Rex's match, that 3-way with Donkey and Joey Nails. Super over last show. I'll say that. I was very impressed. Especially
people there for him.
So what? That's great. You want those fans. Also did not beat though the pop of the night, which was Brandino hitting a spear. That was dope.
Yes.
All right, back to you want to go back to mine. Go ahead, go back to mine. Because by popular demand, everybody bitched at me for not wrestling last show.
Everybody did. So many people did. And including the graphic for Ring Wars 3, people were bitching because you weren't front and center in the comments.
And that the
what
person that's
it's like Eric is the biggest draw. Why isn't he front and center? Like people were saying that in those comments.
They were.
Because I figured where Maverick is from that town and where Lee is also from that town.
Yeah,
I give them, and then obviously I thought Wesley Pipes, who looks like a legit fucking wrestler and is gigantic and stands out in a fucking crowd. I was like, those guys should probably be on the poster more than I should. And then someone said you probably should put yourself on there, which was Chris Rex, because so many people bitched that I was not on. Said Ring Wars 2, so here we are.
You say the graphic maker said that you should have been on the poster?
Because people know, people are pissed. And there's the funniest part: the people that were pissed, half of them did buy tickets, half didn't, or are waiting. So I'm like, you fucking assholes. But let's get to this match here, which has a story to it. We were talking about Frankie Flash earlier. Frankie Flash, now known as the Ghost, has made his return to wrestling, and the story in itself can't be more told. It's the former student coming back to face his former teacher from many moons ago. But the backstory to this, too, the real life backstory is Frankie Flash and I had talked about a month ago. And we were talking about his mom's passing. And his mom used to come to IWE shows avidly when Frankie Flash was there, including when Frankie Flash was the IWE champion and junior weight champion at one point. He won both belts. And she had a lot of respect for me and really enjoyed what I put on for IWE shows, and also loved my wrestling. His mom did. And he just wanted to tell me thank you for everything. And he got me in my fucking feels. So that's why this match is happening, because Frankie Flash's sister's going to be there. We're going to make this shit happen. We're going to have a good match, and we're going to dedicate it to his mom. So this is for his mom.
That's awesome. Was that the only ones that were announced, those 3 so far? Or...
Yeah, we go back more.
Oh, yep, there you go.
This, I'm intrigued, also may be a secret show stealer. Zane Valentine voices the Donkey Boy Bandit.
Oh, God, this means I have to listen to Eric Basco, the Ultimate Male, 100 times.
I'm intrigued. I know Donkey Boy's a fan favorite, and Zane Valentine has definitely come out into his own, I feel like. But of course, Eric Bass will be there, so you never know what will happen.
He's a
Yeah.
very
They're gonna have a cowboy
very
fight.
colorful character for sure.
Yes. So there's more if we keep going.
Oh yes, that's right. This was the first one that was announced.
Because we had the
One made in
promos.
aggro.
Oh,
Right.
Jason Maverick earned himself a match of his choosing at Ring Wars 3 by winning his match at Ring Wars 2 by beating Samuel Matthews. Problem is, the person he wanted was a Nagro. Well, a Nagro ain't coming
Aggro's
unless he want to be there. But he sent his boy to do the dirty work, so to speak. So he's sending Jay Haru to face Maverick. And if Maverick can beat Haru, then maybe Aggro will face Maverick. That's the story there. Which you can see the promos. The promos are online too, which are dope.
Yeah, the promo was great.
Aggro's
Both of them were great. Both of them. And someone recorded them and did an awesome camera work job. I wonder who that was.
Uh-huh.
I did the old ECW feel with the moving around. And then also, if y'all noticed, there was a revised poster put up too, which I thought came out great with all the new pictures on it.
Nice.
Yeah. But we went from this one here to the revised poster with Alan Prophet having new 8x10 pictures.
Hey.
Did you get them? Did he send them to you?
About time, so it doesn't look like a beat child anymore.
I think he did.
I was gonna say he sent them to me. He got them specifically for me. I gave him so much shit for those pictures. Like, dude, how old are these pictures? I'm like, can you get
They
so?
were old pictures because the photos that I had sent you were before he won the
Is
title.
it this one?
Yeah. So he sent me. He finally got new ones done, and he said, and that's the new poster updated.
You know what? I don't
Much
think he
better.
sent me the newer ones. I
Yeah.
don't have what I sent you.
Yeah, you're going to hit him up because he got new ones.
Yeah,
He sent them to me. That's how I know he respect me because he sent me what I asked for.
I'm
He didn't
literally
send me you, huh, bitch? And you're his longtime friend. He didn't send you shit.
10 minutes before we got on this podcast, I had been on a Xbox chat with him, so I was surprised.
He'd be like, how dare you send Eric your pictures, but not me, you asshole. Like, because he's probably gonna be like, because it's Eric and I'm afraid of him and I love him. So,
Probably, no, that's exactly probably what he was saying.
well, it might go back to what you were saying about the dirty dungeon people being scared of me. Like, here we are. So,
Right. Well, we are already past midnight, and I even
Not
though
my
I'd
fault.
love to keep going, I don't want to keep you
our
hold up.
record is supposed to be 3 hours, and now we're here at 3 hours and 20 minutes. You
I
fuck.
know.
My girlfriend fell asleep on the couch like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, you were falling asleep on the couch too. There,
I was not falling asleep. I was reading something.
I
There's a difference.
beg to differ.
See? It's
I was
also
reading-
I probably should have railed it in on something when we had so many of those fucking questions. Like, did we get all the questions done? And then Kevin's like,
No.
No, we have so many.
No.
We
"Here,
have,
guys." But it just tells you, like, I draw ratings.
I'll show you the numbers afterwards if you want to see them.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll write them down.
You're probably all. I just saw. Here's how I know you were happy with it because I kept seeing you go get all happy and giggly over there, Cat. He's like, I'm looking at my analytics. That's how I am on Facebook when I'm looking at my analytics for when people share shit. I'm like, oh, this is who's sharing shit. All right. He's going back. He's like, yeah. Yeah. He's like,
Exactly.
he's got his mad scientist face on. Like, yeah.
Because I'll be honest,
Children.
I listen to people talk, but I'm also scanning news stories and I'm doing other stuff too.
Oh,
So.
He's just old and he looks like he's falling asleep all the time.
well, he's getting mad at me because I told him he was asleep.
He's also probably in pain still. So I'll give
No,
him-
he called him out in the grid.
Actually, I'll be honest
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now,
yeah.
with the way I'm sitting on the couch with my feet up, I actually don't hurt. So
That's
this
good.
is actually really nice until I have to get up to use the bathroom.
Get up off that couch, but
So you
Oh,
said you
no,
were
I've done it
Oh,
twice
my
already. I had to pee both times, and I went to get up, and I could push off on my left leg or my right leg, not a problem, but I can't push off on my left leg right now, and I'm just like, yep, that's gonna be some chiropractic visits.
So
and
what you
some
should do
yoga.
now is take a screenshot of all the questions you didn't get to answer and save them
Yeah.
for next time. Because I feel
part
like,
4.
I know, god damn it, you guys keep bringing me on here. That's because there's
Hey.
so much more we're gonna ask.
It's everything. It's like you get guests every so often. Some of them are out of the park, and then there's other ones that hate to say it. It's just like, are we at the 30-minute mark yet? Can we?
Like-
Yeah, like I didn't respond to. I saw that Zach a couple of your little snaps from when you did the short stories you put out on YouTube from Zach's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'd heard in one of them where he talked about the match with me at the Deserted Dojo, which was the second. It's the first inclination, and then me and you, Kat, had the second one.
Yeah, we did.
You're welcome. That was Mojo at the dojo, wasn't it? Though.
Mojo.
Like,
Mojo.
if we did a podcast with Ben, Dad, like,
we're going to.
This would be like a part.
Good luck to you.
Like
you don't know what Ben you're going to get on every given day.
That is true.
He's been asking to come on. So
how many days has he been awake when you get him?
Yeah.
If he got out of work or before he has to go to work.
Let's not talk about that.
Stuff we won't talk about because it's not legal.
I've been sitting here for the last hour talking to him on my messenger, so I mean,
we also have to get Joey Eastman on here again. So
right,
yeah, definitely go through those chats and see what questions didn't get answered, and I'll do them next time for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
part 4.
Yes, thank you.
As long as they're, and then if we can tie them into like other questions you guys have, that'd be perfect too. So we are utilizing our time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I know it's been at 3 hours and 22 minutes at this point, though.
Yeah, but
also, do you guys ever change your matches on the pre-gimmick?
That's Cat. That's
working on
his doing. So because that match against Dylan was fun, but it's also like 2 years old.
If you wait, well, I don't think you want it. It's the Hyper Poutine match. But as I say, after a Ring Wars has happened, we release the footage.
Yeah.
So after, not the weekend of Ring Wars 3, but probably after Turner's weekend with the MEW, after that weekend, I'm gonna probably release Ring Wars 2's footage because then I've had 2 weekends to sell the DVDs.
Is that the double weekend with Colson?
One Ring War, the first Ring War show.
Yeah, that DVD has already been released and the footage has been released. So if you want the footage, you got to hit up Randy and he'll Dropbox it to you because he's got all the files.
I have the DVD, but I have no DVD to play the actual video. So
well, if you want the file, you can ask Randy, and the best time to ask him is when he's at a dojo, because then they can just use the internet at the dojo to Dropbox it to you. But if you look at the MEW's Unplugged series that they put out on their YouTube channel, you'll see there's Ring Wars matches on there now because I released them for public use for whether it be MPW, MEW, Crown of Maine, anybody who's featured in what
is it called?
Unplugged. Bell to Bell Promotions Unplugged.
Bell to Bell Promotions.
I think we have one of our matches with Los Toxisos on there.
Well, that's why I haven't done anything new yet because I'm still waiting for the MPW match with JP and Cruel. I think that'd be cool.
Well,
I have
waiting for
already sent to Randy. Randy has to commentate it, and then Randy.
That's why the intro is still the same because I'm still everybody that's done matches. I'm still waiting for the footage.
Also, if you want, you can look at the Maine wrestling collection thing that Randy puts on the YouTube there. He's released some of the matches from Ring Wars, so now it's full on release. I tell everybody once I sell the DVDs out, which I have less than 10 copies left. I mean, Randy's got some I let him put up on the Limitless page to sell, but the ones on me, once those are gone, I have less than 10 left of Ring Wars 1. Once those are gone, they're gone. And so I've already released the footage. So that's why some are on the Maine wrestling collection page. And if you look on the Bell to Bell Promotions Unplugged series, there's already been, I think, Calvin Strange and Lucha Kid. And I believe also there's one other match too, I think that's been released as well. Don't know for sure. But I know there's at least been 2 matches that have been put up on the Unplugged. So, and then once, like I said, after this month's shows are over, those will also be released from Ring Wars 2. So MEW, if it's featured MEW, they can use it. MPW wants any of their matches, they can use it. Crown, Randy has full board to use it too. So, and I don't care because at that point, I'm not going to hold the footage hostage. I did the DVD. That's the point of the Tape Trader series. If you want the whole show in its entirety, you got to buy the DVD. It's making it old school, but then the footage will be released never in its entirety. So you'll never see it on IWTV via Randy. You'll see the matches released on YouTube or Facebook or wherever, but you'll never see it in its entirety unless you own the DVD. Smart, isn't it? So, That's the cleverness of it. And I can always make more copies. I have masters. I have 2 masters from the Ring Wars 1. And I have 3 masters from Ring Wars 2. And I'm going to try to keep 3 masters going forward. So if one disc ever gets burned out, I have other ones. And then I have the hard drives with all the footage on it. With the unedited and edited footage. So I am keeping my backups like I used to. Just like IWE days. So
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I'm definitely going to get my, because it was in Palmyra and that's my hometown and shit like that.
I even tell people, even if you weren't on one and you want to just collect things, just like the Ring Wars hats, it's all about collecting items. You know, I got 3, you got 2. Remember, he had number 1. All the Ring War hats are number 1's hats are almost gone. So if you want to get one, grab one, you can. And then Ring Wars 2 hats, we have a bunch left because I thought more people would buy them. But more people were more excited for the t-shirts, I guess, or more anything else. I didn't sell as much merch as I did at the first one. The first one sold a ton. But hopefully at this one, like I would have the whole bunch of people like, do you have Ring Wars 1, 2, and 3 hats? I'm like, yeah, 3. I'm wearing the 31 right now. And they're like, okay, cool. I'm going to buy one of each. I'm like, get it.
Back a Ring Wars 3.
There's plenty.
Good.
I'm also, okay, I'll give you one more sneak peek, but that's all you're getting. All right, Kat, you got something else coming to you. Hold on a minute. I got.
Uh-oh.
That was a sneak peek. He just decided to leave.
Fucking just disappeared.
I wonder if his phone died or if he just.
Oh, there you go. There he's back.
Shit, he's alive.
I had to send Kat something. Go ahead and look at your messenger.
Oh, okay.
You can have the sneak peek. I was going to put this up on Monday, but I'll put it up.
Open it up on the computer.
All right.
Here we go, guys. We're
I
getting
love how fancy we are. We
Eric
get
Johnson exclusive.
Look at these. These are the Ring Wars 3 hats and Ring Wars shirts, obviously.
Oh, come on, Kat. Oh, Jesus.
The ones that have like the icicle look on them are fucking dope. Wait, these these.
Yeah, I want this.
The
The Ring Wars 3 hat right here.
I'm buying the
center one.
Gray one. Fuck it, I'll buy them all.
I love the center one. The like the icicle one.
Yeah, I sent you 2 different pictures. I'm going to use that.
A snapback.
Yes.
Sweet. All right.
The gray one. There's a stretch fit.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it a flex fit? Because that's what I like.
The flex fits are super limited because they're more expensive. Those are $30. Those are $30. I only make like 5 every time, so you got to get them when I got them. The other ones are all 20.
Save a snapback for moi. I'm going to buy one.
Not saving nothing. First come, first serve. You buy it. That's the whole point of it. You get it when you get there. You guys get lucky because you can buy it before the show starts. So
I'm just going to show up in my hometown.
You can beat the crap. That's what I tell people, like, save me one. I'm like, no, you can buy it before the show starts. This is the privilege of being a worker or someone that helps with the show. You get to buy your shit first so that if it runs out, I don't care. They're gone. What am I going to give a shit? But like,
I'm just showing up.
Is there a possibility that one, like maybe like towards the end of, like I said, I don't know how many more Ring Wars you could do. I'm hoping that this is a continuation because this is an amazing idea.
Let's aim for 100.
Is there like when we get to like a certain amount of Ring Wars, is there a possibility you could do some type of merch where you show like kind of like tour dates? Like have
all the different logos,
all the different logos on the back, and like what day, like what.
I'm literally planning on doing a reverse psychology T-shirt down the line, but it's not until like if we get the Ring Wars 10, where it's got all the different logos on the back, just the back of a shirt, not the front, the back, and it says "I was there," and it has all the Ring Wars logos.
Yes.
Isn't that dope?
Love that.
So people see it on the front. It's just black, but the back it says "I was there," and lists all the fucking logos.
Yeah.
That's dope, right? That's the idea, but we'll get there eventually. And that's going to be a pain in the ass shirt to get. Like, because I'm only going to do limited. It's going to be like a limited run because it'd be so hard to get all the different prints on it.
Right.
But anyway, that was that. What was I going to, something I was going to tell you guys. So, you're all welcome. May 30th. You're all welcome. Yeah, I was the one that set that up. You're welcome.
What's May 30th?
Yes, thank you.
What is May 30th? Yeah,
you'll
hit
find
me up
out
about it.
You'll find out later.
Nobody hit you up.
I'll let you know, Nix, because Nix.
I can send you
Yeah.
something, but you can't put it on.
Please
Nobody
do
talked
something.
about anything.
I will let you know, Nix, at the. After
Okay,
the
hold
end.
on. I will send you this so you guys can secretly. Can you see it secretly if I send it to you, all of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can send it in the private chat.
Shut the fuck up, Nix.
I'm gonna send it to your boy here. Hold on.
Because
Give me
I
You
asked
already
like
know.
because I already asked about the 30th, and they said oh, like what's going on with that? And
I was also
like,
Go ahead, Kyle. You can share it with them, but don't put it public.
I
It
was
will be announced on the 14th in Fairfield. Remember that
there's
World War III comment I made there, fellas, from
Yeah.
WCW? Now he's going to show you what this is.
hold on, I'm gonna
We'll
do
see
it
it
this
in our
way.
group chat. here.
Zuli, do the thing.
It'll be in the messenger.
That's fine. That's fine.
Look at it, and then I want to see your guys' reaction. The reaction response is what I'm looking for right here.
Nice.
Did you read it? Did you read what it says?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I didn't know what the actual. I just was told, but I didn't see what the actual.
That's the name of the show, and then it
Nice.
shows you the participants, how many rings, and
Oh, I'm now reading it fully. I didn't read it.
read it.
JP's gonna be shit about like dozing. He's fucking.
And if you've ever seen WCW World War III, you'll understand what that is. If you're not, go look it up on YouTube, and you'll be like, "You're doing what?" And I'm like,
Yeah. Yep.
Damn.
That's cool.
"Yeah." Randy's also going to be helping me with it, so he's going to be helping sell tickets for it and stuff. But we'll get that all out there.
Cool.
Can't give out all the deets until
There's 3.
we can't. All the deets will be given out Ring Wars 3. So stay tuned.
All right.
And we're going to be pushing that for a couple months, and I think I'm going to hate doing the group chat for that because there's going to be like 80,000 people. I'm going to do a separate chat for but no, I think I'm just going to do one big chat. But anyway, I'm going to hate life that day because I'm going to book all of that, and but it's for good reasoning. And I had to get Randy in on it too because he's the one who originated it. So
Holy shit!
So remember, because we used to do it in Brewer.
Yes.
So now we're bringing it back, but I'm making it better, and it's in the hometown. So, and I got the consent from the son. So
cool.
We're going for it.
Let's go.
Now you're all excited. You're like, oh, y'all be like, yeah. You're like kids in a candy store now.
Everyone
I know.
watching
We're all
now.
excited.
You're all giddy. You're like, is it May yet? No.
You all
It's not
fuckers
May.
will find out
It's
later.
gonna be fucking May now. God damn it!
Hopefully it won't fall through like every other fucking thing that we
Well,
did.
here's the thing. Like I'm gonna tell you. As I was talking to Aiden Andrews earlier. I know we're going longer than time, but this is stuff you probably should know, guys. Aiden Andrews, because he's going back to that building that y'all used at the in Skowhegan there for Matt Muscle, the one on the
Third show.
yeah. What's the place called?
Oh, are you talking about the next show that's happening?
Yeah, in Skowhegan.
Yeah, on the river. The space on the river.
Is that the one we?
So he's going to the space on the river in Skowhegan.
Okay.
We're doing this Fairfield show. Well, this Fairfield's not letting many people run there anymore for obvious reasons because people have ruined the building or damaged it or not taking care of it.
Yeah.
So we're walking on proverbial eggshells. Well, I think the same thing's happening with Aiden Andrews' venue because he's trying to book out more dates and they're not confirming with him on the other dates. And I said they're probably doing a test run show, much like us and Fairfield. So we're both walking on eggshells. We're running out of venue options. And also, I can't go back to Palmyra now because I just found out one of the water pipes in the ceiling for the sprinkler system blew.
Oh shit!
So half the room is literally coated in water.
Ew.
Carpet's ruined and the ceiling is like dripping and busted. So literally, even if I want to go back to Palmyra, which I don't because it's too
There's no way.
expensive, it's not cost effective. I couldn't anyway because their ceiling's ruined. So literally, if Fairfield doesn't work, Ring Wars is dead in the water.
Have you tried to?
The problem with the venue that Neil has for April is the amount of people. It's a amount of people issue. So if there's too many people in that room, they all of a sudden turn it into a price issue. Because when we ran there, we had just
We had a good turnout. We had a good turnout.
We had a good turnout. And apparently it was too much for them.
I wasn't booked, but we had a good turnout.
And they want, because they saw how many people turned out.
Oh, they want more money.
They wanted more money. So that's why the third MMPW show
Mhm.
happened in the same town, but at a different venue. Because at that time, that was an off season for that venue that we were at, whatever the community center is in Skowhegan.
Yeah.
So it was cheaper. They wanted more money because they saw what we were bringing in.
Mm-hmm.
And they were
Well,
also new business at
right.
that time.
After
They had just became a business that year when we ran that show.
Mm.
So they're more established now.
he had a line of communication with them, and from my understanding, and then gave them all the dates, and they're full. And as soon as he gave them the dates, they stopped communicating. And I said, I guarantee you, they're waiting to see how your show goes. It's like you're walking on eggshells.
Right.
So it's the same thing with this Fairfield deal. And luckily, I talked to a lady who knows me very well from the many years I ran at Fairfield, and she's put on my paperwork for both dates. So I have the dates reserved. The problem is, all depends on this goes.
Right.
On top of that, I just did a gig at the Waterville Elks Lodge, and I was talking to a lady who schedules all their events in their event center and their pavilion. And I guess they had wrestling there once before at the Elks Lodge in Waterville. And the group that was in there damaged their carpet and ruined the building for everybody to run in. However, I don't know who did it, but they ripped the carpet with the ring and stained it. But I said, the stains you can't help because customers are in there drinking and eating. You can't help that. I said, however, we have people that put stuff under the carpet that's not going to be any damaging. And I, as I told the lady, I said, I gave her comped general admission tickets to come to this event. I gave her a bunch so that she can bring her husband, some other board members.
Right.
So I'm trying to fix the bridge with the Waterville Elks Co. It's a backup building for either me or even for Neil, because they're running out of venues that are feasibly possible.
Yeah.
So they're coming to the show. So we're walking on even more eggshells because I'm trying to rebuild a fucking bridge with the Waterville Elks Lodge that I didn't even burn.
Right.
I don't know who did that, but whoever you are, you're a bunch of fucking idiots because you didn't put carpets under your fucking poles. And it ripped the carpet.
What building was that again?
Waterville Elks Lodge.
Oh
So
God,
it's
what was
not-
that? 3W?
No.
No.
And it wasn't also either PSPW, so because they did Champions.
Yeah,
So
I remember.
that must have been way beyond my time.
Yeah, was it Raph, maybe?
No, he
No?
did his show at Champions.
Yeah.
Wait, it's a whole different
Right, I was there for that.
out of town.
So I don't know who it was, but I'm fixing the bridge that someone burned. And it's big enough. If you use like Randy's ring size, you can do it. It's big. It's huge. So, yeah, we're all walking on eggshells. So if this show works out, so at the end of the night, let's all work together and clean this bitch up, make sure it's nice and shiny and new.
That's the biggest thing. It's just making sure it's clean.
Right now, we're running into another issue too, because a little birdie told me on Monday, and I just talked about it to Randy today, and I talked about it with Aiden Andrews and a few other people. Monday, someone told me someone was going around Waterville ripping down posters. I don't know, and I have a feeling I know who it is. But I can't confirm anything. I'll know if I see another wrestling poster down that way. So I already anticipated it when I got told on Monday. So I got new posters made with a revised one, and I met up with Mo on Thursday because I was in Palmyra for my gig. So I just went over to Pittsfield, which is where he lives, dropped him off. They're going out Tuesday to go postering again. Well, the irony was today, if y'all were in the group chat, y'all saw Mavericks post.
Yep.
He found a poster in the trash.
Yep.
And he's a trash man. He found the poster in the trash. The irony. So somebody been taking down posters. And thank you, Kevin, for telling me you saw our posters.
Yeah. So at
But,
least you know
I-
they're up there somewhere.
I gave another 100 posters to Mo. He's going to go recheck around Fairfield, Waterville area and the surrounding areas. He's going to let me know what he finds. If any are missing, he'll know because he did the first run with his buddy and me. So I've been out too doing some. So he knows where to look for. But the fact that we're dealing with that
Yeah.
also
that's
pisses me off.
unacceptable. Yeah.
Unacceptable. Yeah. Did you see that? Y'all see the post I posted on my Facebook? There's a company out of somewhere else that's running the same issues, but they document when they put posters up now to show it like someone's been taking their posters down.
What's the general area
What?
of wherever that place is beginning?
I don't know. I just shared it because I thought I saw Brutal Bob share it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like in this.
It's on my Facebook wall. I think Big Cat's looking for it. You'll see.
I know what you're talking about. Then if it's
Brutal Bob shared it. A bunch of people. It's got like
okay. I thought you were
20,000
talking
views
about-
on it
I
now.
thought you were talking about another company in state. That's
No.
right. Okay. No, I know exactly what you're talking about because I saw it too.
The irony that like it's been shared by so many wrestling people, it's got like over 20,000 views. You think that's crazy
Right.
that video's got 20,000 views just because people are like, "This is bullshit. I'm sharing it." Like they're wild. It's wild, and I know it's not a pun intended, but it is. Oh, he's found it.
The world of
Yeah, that video.
wrestling or any business in general, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. In our industry, I try to do business professionally, and so does Wrestle Pro. See, we've been running in the Rahway Rec Center in Rahway Township for a very long time, and our crew has always gone out to pound the pavement and place posters up for our events. And our crew just happened to be at this beautiful convenience store where we did hang up a poster, this poster exactly, for our upcoming event on March 1st. And just so how apropos, our gentleman that hung our poster up came back to this store and saw that our poster was ripped down in favor of a brand new poster by a company called Gremlin House Wrestling. Now, I am not going to accuse the owner or talent or anybody involved in Gremlin House Wrestling.
However, you showed us a picture showing that theirs was up and they took it down.
It's very convenient that
Doesn't
our
take rocket
poster
science.
just happened to be ripped down and theirs happened to be put up.
That's crazy.
And he goes on to do this at multiple locations. If you watch the
you
video
do, like,
longer.
3 different places.
Yeah, and he shows the picture of theirs up and then it down, and right where their poster was is now that
Yeah.
poster. So it's like calling them out, saying, "Hey, assholes, you're the reason why wrestling is the way it is."
Yeah.
They can support each other.
I
figure this
guarantee
out.
you more.
All
than-
you're doing is screwing over the boys at that point.
Right.
I guarantee you more than one of those posters and any of the places that you guys put or Mo posted for Fairfield, Waterville, whatever, has been taken down.
Well, here's the thing too. Mo, I gave him the posters the day of Ring Wars 2.
Right.
So like we were selling the tickets and doing the handout flyers, he already had the posters.
Right. So
I
you
gave some to him and I gave some to Jason and Lee because they live down there.
Right.
And so the posters were gone. And literally that Tuesday after Ring Wars 2, so literally 2 or 3 days later,
Right.
Mo was out putting the posters up. And so was Lee and Jason. So the posters have been up theoretically the whole month of February until this last week and a half.
Right.
So luckily we caught it early because we still have half a month to go.
Right. Exactly.
And they're
So-
going back out Tuesday to do it, which thank Mo and his buddy. And I already compensated them extra. I gave them the posters, the whole 9. There's only 100 of them I gave them because I didn't know how many may have gotten taken down. I said, here's 100. Put out what you can. Whatever doesn't go up, doesn't go up. That's it, if you don't put them all up, that's a good sign. If they all go up, that's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign.
Because I gave him
Exactly.
300 posters.
Unless he finds new areas that he can put them up, that he
The
can.
only place he didn't get to because it was too late, I think, was like Benton and like Clinton. But
Right.
he did Fairfield, Winslow, Waterville, Oakland, and the little small towns in between.
He could easily put one up at Clinton Variety. Like there, I know numerous
Yeah,
places.
Clinton and Benton, he didn't have time because those are like on the way back.
Right.
And he didn't do Unity, which I didn't expect him to. Then Scout, I told him if he had any more, he could do Scout Hegan, but he did his hometown. He did Pittsfield, and he did Palmyra because we ran there last. In Newport and East Newport, so it's the area we just ran in. So I said you should run them up where we just ran, so that people see it and go, "Oh, they're going over here instead." So he did a good job, and then whatever he had, he even did extra. Like whatever he had left, which wasn't much, and he went posting for MPW. The ones closer to the interstate, he put them there too, just to get them out. Just with like I'm gonna have them anyway. I'll put them out. So he put out our posters with the MPW posters that were, closer that way. So
Stupid, fucking stupid.
You're mad too, aren't you? I'm mad, dude. I'm mad. Like, and I'm the one that's financially invested. You're not. I'm the one that's mad. But like, you should catch people. It is what it is.
I understand the territory stuff, and I understand that there's been multiple people.
There's no territories anymore, though. It's gone.
I know, but
and I ran that venue for 9 years. Like, I should have like seniority over anybody. I ran it monthly. For 9
exactly.
years.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. It's like it's nobody owns a building. I don't understand if we're supposed to be helping each other out. Is basically what it is. It's like
right.
That's why I really like Ring Wars. Is because it's
every
promotion that's getting involved.
Yeah, the only one that's not involved in Ring Wars 3 this time is Crown, but they are involved for the next one, which you guys know, the 30th of May. So
right,
they are involved. They're sending me. I can't remember whether they sent me 4 or 5, but they're sending.
So who gives a shit if you're running a building or not?
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be people that aren't involved. Because I only invite 3 to 4 companies, and the ones I currently work with are the ones I've been sticking with for now. I was going to change it after at the 30th, because I might reach out to more, depending, because obviously there's a lot more people that need to be coming in, but because of the match. So, but the 30th was supposed to be the first one where I start reaching out more, because obviously where my venue changed from Palmyra to Fairfield, I didn't want to do that yet. I wanted to wait to reach out to more companies because I wanted to make sure till things were solid. Well, I thought things were solid in Palmyra. Now look what happened. Right. So I'm not going to do that.
So Matt and Muscle stop ripping fucking posters down.
Ooh.
No, he wouldn't do that. He's too busy trying to get me to book him.
All right.
Exactly.
All right, man. So
all right,
it's been almost 4 hours.
Let's end this. I was trying to get you out.
Chicago.
I'm gonna get a bill for this. You told me 3 hours. I commission after that.
Well, I've done 3 of these now, and I get your best responses and ratings. You think you should throw me a little bone here?
As soon
He
as
doesn't pay
else
us
gets money,
you're all fucking broke.
Yeah.
And then I just took money for you for gear. So, and then you were talking to me about singlets, which, you know what? You should just come over and try on a bunch of my old singlets and see if they fit you.
Yeah, I should. I know where you live. So
just let me know a day that you can come by and try them all. I'll be like, listen, these are all the ones I'm not wearing. I have some that are basic colors that might work for you. Yeah. But like, try them on. I mean, obviously all the flamey ones might be more prone to me because that's like my gear scheme.
I'm looking for like purple or something that was similar. It's close to what you
can take a look, see.
Or green.
You have to try them on. I do have a purple and black one. And then I do have some other just basic color ones. You can take a look. Maybe you've got something, you see something, I'll try that on, and then you try it on. I even got something like the Mark Henry feel to it. They have the big, over the shoulder boulder holders is what I call it. They hide the boobies, the man boobies.
Yeah,
I like those ones.
I definitely need those.
I love how all of you are like, we like those. I'm like, yeah, because we're all big old fatties.
True.
I do need a bigger singlet because my nipples pop the fuck out.
Well, the thing with Big Cat is, I'm not trying to lie, he's more my body size. You guys, not so much.
Yeah.
I am losing weight, so I'm working on it anyway.
I'm not.
I am losing weight.
All right. Yeah, just let me know, Big Cat. You can come over and try. You can try them on here. I don't care. Like, just try them on, and then
I'm gonna bring them to my house and be like, yeah, I'll give them back to you eventually.
Yeah, no. Well, here it is, dude. I literally have. Remember the old gear bag of doom thing that JP probably remembers. I literally have a gear bag of doom, but it's all my gear. It's literally like you might want to like take a video and save it, bring it up on here. Like I have probably like 12 custom singlets now.
That's how JP O'Reilly's gear started, was from the gear bag.
Yeah. The best part is when he was wearing the black and white like penguin panda fucking shorts. Those were once
yeah.
known.
Before that, it was the blue and black tribal pleather pants
Gear bag of doom.
that Jose used to wear.
Yes. Yes, Jose from the Players. Yeah.
Size medium. I was like 220 when I wore those.
In the
So,
singlet, one of your singlets was mine. I'm
Purple
surprised it fit you.
that singlet went on to be Jason Maverick's first singlet.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
So what can we find you there, Eric? Plug
Old
your
school
stuff.
EJ and all platforms except for I don't do X or Twitter, what do you call it? I do Snapchat, I do Facebook, I do Insta. And that's all old school EJ is the hashtag. So you hit me up on that at old school EJ, just like it sounds. Old school EJ, one word. You can get me on, like I said, Insta, Facebook, Snapchat. The other thing is you can get Maine Ring Wars on Facebook and grab tickets that way. Hit me up or hit up Maine Ring Wars to grab tickets. Front row, which is ringside seating, is sold out. Second row back is available. Those are only $15 a whack. We already got over 60 pre-sale, so not too concerned right now. Probably by the day of the show, probably I'll get about 100 pre-sale. This is once March hits, which it's now. So starting probably Monday, we'll have the push of a bunch of people buying tickets last minute. So that's what happened last time. That's what happens every time. Last Ring Wars 2, going before the doors open, we had 150 pre-sale.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's why the room was packed. Standing room only. So we'll see how it goes.
We'll see. Hopefully it's a banger.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Well, thank you so much for coming on again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll see you in
See you
5
guys.
weeks for part 4.
At some point.
Yeah.
Part 4.
Maybe the questions from here, and that'll be your starting point.
Yeah, I saved them all.
Yeah.
I saved them all. So
man.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much,
Yes,
Eric, for
you
joining
said-
us again.
Thank you.
The Purr Sessions podcast mascot wants to say bye.
Bye,
I was gonna say,
Eric.
Belichick's just run behind me 3 times. in
It's
this
like, put
podcast.
me down. Damn it, put me down.
He's like,
Thank you again, Eric. Have a good one.
See you guys.
See ya.
All right. Do you guys want to do the plug, or do you want me just to release a date so you guys can go to bed?
all right,
Get out of
hang
here.
on. I'll plug shit real quick. All right, real,
Oh my
real.
God.
Okay, if Arlo will
My
stop.
phone.
fucking-
I know. Nick
right.
is dying.
JP O'Reilly, YouTube, Facebook, Pornhub, probably. I don't know. Fucking know. March 7th, Geno's in Portland, Maine. I'm going to be teaming with my best friend in the fucking world against the fucking stupid little ass Pathway. Them little bitches. I'm going to fucking grab both of their dicks and I'm going to fucking twist them. Anyways, March 14th is Ring Wars 3. You know what? It's my hometown. I might just come say hi. I miss that town. Might come say hey. The next night, MPW, Oldtown. Nothing is confirmed yet, but I have an idea, and I'm sure it'll get violent. And then March 22nd, Franklin, Maine, Main Event Wrestling. I think I know what I'm doing. Might be a little mystery, if you know what I mean. So leave that with what you will.
Okay. Next, go for it, quick.
Oh God.
really
March
gonna
7th, NAWA at Geno's. This is all really, really, really verifying if my hip is good to go or not, though. So
Yeah, motherfuckers
just throw
like
that out there.
on a injured reserve here.
So
Temporarily.
I'm just saying. I hope I'm ready to go because I love working Geno's, and we'll see what happens. I'm supposed to go to NWWE on the 8th, but I might skip that trip just to give that. I'll get through Geno's, and then I can go a week. And of course, Ring Wars, MPW the weekend after, the 14th and the 15th. MPW is the 15th, of course. MEW on the 22nd. In April, there is Fight at the Dome. I think that's the 7th, if I remember correctly. No, it's the 5th, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, there's that in Narragansett, and I know what I'm doing, but nothing's been put out yet. I don't want to be like, I'm not playing spoiler. Find me at all social media platforms at DOTD Nix. Sorry, my brain is fried at this point. I'm in some pain too.
I'm sorry.
Find me at all those social platforms. Also find me at prowrestlingtees.com/DOTD Nix. Go buy some of my t-shirts. I'm broke. It would be nice to have money. Yeah, so that's all
Okay.
stuff.
Tyler Adams on Facebook and Twitter, as well as Pro Wrestling Tees. Also find my my merch as well. I'm also broke. I don't pay these guys. They complain every day. Big Cat Tyler.
Every day.
Big Cat Tyler Adams on Instagram and TikTok. Per Sessions on every platform. Really quickly, just gonna go through the dates really quick because everybody's ready to fucking kill it. It's almost 1 o'clock now. This is for March 7th, NAWA. It was Geno's Triple L for Levi. And you got Phoenix Pro, which I might be doing, and WWE on the 8th.
Where is Spade?
Where I have no clue where Spade is. Primos at the 9th.
Sorry.
Dude, relax. Fucking drunk ass. 14th is Ring Wars. 15th is
Phoenix
MPW.
rises and burns to the fucking ground.
And then rises
Limitless on
again.
the 21st, and MEW on the 22nd. So it's jam packed for this month of March. I might have missed a date or two, but yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Nix is ready for bed.
Jesus, I was ready for bed 2 hours ago.
I've had somebody waiting.
JP is ready for another six pack.
So
JP is ready for another six pack.
Also, this doesn't matter, but the scenery that you see in the background, as far as the next live Per Sessions podcast, I will be in a brand new setting because I will be moving out of this house.
Did you guys get a new place?
No. So I will be in a temporary living condition, but I will still be doing the podcast.
So the back of your car, you'll be doing the podcast?
It'll be less looking chairs in the background.
Cardboard box.
No, it'll be more of like a basement looking setting.
All right. All right, guys.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We'll catch you guys later for the next one. It'll be pre-recorded for the now until the end of the month. Just let you guys know.
Literally until the end of the month.
Literally.
We got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
I gotta go clean up my beer cans.
Yeah. Go away.
Go away.
My dog.
Per session signing off, but we ain't saying goodbye.